Thank you, Luke. That was amazing. And we're really, really pleased that Disney is a part of the first family here in Australia. So what we're going to start with today is we're going to do a little sneak peek of the FLL challenge set. We have one in the country. The rest of them aren't arriving until the middle of August, as you all know. We're just going to show you what we can. Realize that I don't know anything more than any of you do. So if I say things, take it with a grain of salt, because I don't know what the missions are. I don't know what the innovation project is. Everything that I'm going to tell you is based upon experience of doing this for a few years. And we want to share that with our rookies. That's the whole point of this conference. So this is what the mat looks like, which you also could see in the teaser for the season. But here it is live and in person. And I'm sort of standing here to give you an idea of how big some of the objects actually are. We'll go around the table. I'll show you what most of them are. And then I'll open it up for some questions and answers. So we'll start over here. This one I think they showed on the teaser video as well. And it looks like if you push this down, something drops out. Kind of looks like the tail of an airplane. I think that's what it's meant to be, but not exactly sure. They showed some of these missions also. On this one, I think they showed that it sort of goes like that. And this was an airplane one that sort of comes out like this. There's something that's similar here. I think this might be a track. I'm not sure, but it also moves in and out. Around the table, you will see a few different things that kind of look like this green bit. So there's a green one here. There are 3 colored ones over there. There are some down in base, we think. But this one, it looks like, if you look at the teaser video, it looks like you need to get that onto the, whatever this is, I'm not sure. So that kind of moves like that. This one I will tell you is a little bit wobbly, so not sure what that means, but there you go. This one is maybe one of my favorites. It took me a couple of minutes to figure out what the heck it was. But I believe it's a helicopter, because this, sort of twizzles around here. And I'm also guessing that's probably going to be the shared mission, because it sticks over this side of the table. So for our rookies out there, realize that in First LEGO League, there will be 2 tables running at the same time. So if you take this entire setup, you sort of duplicate it, flip it 180 degrees and put it where I'm standing. So you have to envision this whole thing switched around, but duplicated over here. And then one team's robot will be running on this table, and the other team's robot will be running on this table. And you're running at the same time at an in-person event, at least. So there's always a shared mission of some type. And sometimes it's a competition to see who can get there first. Sometimes it's more of a cooperation, which is if you do something, then both the tables get the points. Because there's 2 this year, I'm guessing it's not going to be a competition to get that first, but I don't know. So on this team's table, then realize down here, there would be this helicopter sort of sitting this way, sticking over onto your side of the table, if that makes sense. But I believe that's the shared mission, because it is sticking over the side of the table. It looks to me like this might be some sort of a train. This one was also in the teaser video. It kind of moves back and forth. I'm guessing, you have to go up there somehow. Moving around here a little bit further, there's this thing, which I think in the teaser video, can you throw that to me? Camera person, so thank you. Not sure where this starts. It doesn't really show it, but it does show that it looks like you need to maybe deliver that there. I don't know, hard to say, but that's what it looked like in the teaser video. There's blue on one side, I'm not sure why. This thing just kind of sits here. There's not much movement to it. I'm sure it will do something. These, if I look at it, the way they move is they kind of move down like that. So maybe we have to make a road. Okay, I told you the helicopter was my favorite. I might have lied. I think that my favorite is actually the chicken. Why we have a chicken, I have no idea. But it looks just like a chicken from a couple of years ago, except much larger. So it's the giant chicken. But it's on the table for some reason. So the chicken looks like it sits there. We're going to have to move it somehow. I'm going to walk around the table this way because there are also a bunch of parts that you don't know what they're for, but I want to show you what they are. So there's this white thing. No idea what it is. There's also another truck. So we're not quite sure where it goes. And then there are a bunch of just spare bits. So there's some beams of various kinds. There's some little L beams, some tiny little ones. There are a few more of these that we showed you, some of the other ones that are down there. There are the ever-present, every year markers for, I'm guessing, touching the robot outside of base. And then there's a couple of packages of just loose parts. So on the table itself for rookies, you will notice that there is a quarter of a circle right here. Okay, and this, I think we in the last couple of years we've been calling it the launch area. You might hear older FLLers talk about base, sort of the same idea. My guess is that you will have to start your robot completely in this area, and then you'll send it out to do missions on the field. And if it comes back to base, then it's no penalty. If it comes back on its own. If you touch the robot outside of the launch area, there is a penalty associated with that. I'm assuming that's what these are for, but I don't know. You'll also notice that in the last 2 years, I think, 1 year, I can't remember, the mat doesn't quite fit the table. There's this extra bit of space over here. So if it's as in the past, there were bonuses for making your robot so to completely fit in a portion of this extra space. I think that's the table. Very quickly, I wanted to mention the innovation project because it is just as important. And it was one of my favorite parts when I actually mentored. But some of you probably don't know this, but I mentored a team for 5 years before we moved to Australia and we started being more involved with the administration of the program. And I have to tell you, I love the innovation project. It was where the kids learned, it was the true gold. So please don't minimize that. Take it seriously because robotics is great. And I love the table game. I love the robot game, but I also love the innovation project. I have no idea what it's going to be this year because they don't share that with us ahead of time, which is really good. I like to be surprised along with everybody else on launch date or kickoff date. But I will tell you from experience what it's been in the past. Typically, you will take a look at whatever the theme is for the season. So the theme this year is Cargo Connect or transportation. And in the past, what it would be is your team, your kids would be expected to take a look at that theme and come up with a problem, a real life problem if possible, and then come up with an innovative solution to that problem. Then they need to share it with their community and then finally figure out how to present that to all of the judges. So if you start thinking about that and get your students starting to think about what maybe they could want to work on in terms of something having to do with transportation, I think that it would probably pay off. Don't know, because the innovation project can be totally different this year. So take that all with a grain of salt. And I think that's about all I have to say about the game and the innovation project. Now, I understand there are a few questions that have already come in. So I'm going to walk over here because my camera person is telling me it's a better angle. So I'm going to do that. And she is going to give me some of these questions to see if we can help out. So.
All right, so we have had some questions come in on Slack, so we'll start with those. Simon asks, does anyone have an idea of when the kits will arrive?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So the last that we heard was that the kits are on a boat somewhere on the ocean. We expect they're going to arrive on shore probably around August the 14th or 15th. Then they will then take a couple of days to clear customs and be delivered to Macquarie. At that point, we will have all hands on deck, getting them out as fast as we can to everybody. I don't anticipate we'll start shipping them until probably the 17th or 18th. So I think hopefully you'll have them by the end of August, because realize we have to send out about 1,000 kits. So we'll do it as fast as we can. And we will do it based upon the order in which you registered. So if you're out in Western Australia, don't fear that we're going to do yours last. If you registered early, then you will be the first ones to have it shipped to.
All right, our next question.
Oh, wait, can you go back for a second?
Yeah.
We will also keep you up to date because, I mean, the middle of August is still a couple of months away. Anything could happen. The ship could speed up, the ship could slow down, but we'll send you updates. As soon as we have additional information, we will get it out to you.
So Shelby is also asking on Slack, I thought season launch was August 1st. We were planning on starting with the innovation project then.
Yay! Well, I love that you're starting with the innovation project, which is great. Due to a couple of things that are outside of Lego and First Control, they needed to push the launch date out to August 17th. So that's when you're going to find out exactly what the challenges are, but you're not going to know on August the 1st. Doesn't mean you can't start working on it. Start thinking about transportation, right? Start looking at problems, and you might have to tweak it a little bit, but use the experience of what the project has been like in the past. And I would say still get started, and you may go down a little bit of a wrong path, but probably not.
All right, we have a pre-submitted question here now. How many students can be on a team?
Great question. So we follow all of the global standards here in Australia because it is a global program, and you can have up to 10 students on a team. I know often we get asked the question, oh, can't we just have 11 or 12 or 13? And in order to meet the global standards and to actually run the program correctly and ethically and morally, it's 10 students per team, up to 10 students per team.
All right, another pre-submitted question here. How long does it take to build that kit?
Oh, super good question. So I built most of this myself, and I would say I've built a lot of these. So if your kids are going to do it, which of course they are because kids do the work in First Lego League, I think that it's probably going to take 3 or 4. Well, it depends on how many kids. It took me about 4 hours by myself, right? So, if you divide it up amongst 10 kids, an hour or 2. And I will say that the way it's divided up this year is very, very nice. There's nothing big and huge to do. And the way it's split up in the individual bags that come, I think it's going to make it really easy for kids to work on these as a team, but yet they're going to have their own piece that they're going to be able to do to feel like they're really contributing.
All right. And just a reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, go ahead and put your questions in the comments. We are keeping an eye on those. But meanwhile, we have another question in Slack from Steven. He says, how many teams can a school have? Right.
So that's another really good question. I think that we are, I wish Winona was here to answer this one.
I think she just answered in Slack. And she's here.
Excellent. And what's the answer?
So the answer is teams who pre-registered before April were allowed to have as many teams as they liked. Once pre-registration was finished and we ordered the kits, you are limited to 2 teams with 1 kit per organization individual. And that is until supplies are exhausted because we did only order like a few extra.
Right. So this was the first time we've done pre-registration. And we, as I'm sure you're all aware, universities are not in great financial shape. And so that's why we did the pre-registration so that we would know exactly how many we needed to order, which is why if you didn't order by the pre-registration deadline, we ordered a few extras, but not like we normally do. I fully expect we will run out this year.
So if we want to get started before August, was it possible to get a previous year's kit? How would we go about doing that?
Of course, we are always enthusiastic about the kits that we have, especially during years when COVID happens, and we might have many extra kits from those years. But yeah, we have some kits from previous years back in the warehouse. We're happy to get those out to you. I can't tell you the exact price. I'm sure that that's up on firstaustralia.org. I want to say it's in the neighborhood of about $200. And yes, we can ship those out we ship them all the time. We can ship them Monday if you order them now.
And we've got 2 questions coming in here on Slack at the same time. We try and get them both answered here in our last minute. Monique asks, how do students present their innovation project?
That's a really good question. So I know we have a lot of information coming on that in one of the sessions that's coming up. So I'm just going to answer in a real short snippet. Is that Again, we don't know exactly what's going to happen this year, but in the past, teams have had up to 5 minutes to present their information to the judges, followed by 5 minutes of questions and answers from the judges. And you can do pretty much whatever you want in those 5 minutes of your presentation time. So we've seen dances, we've seen skits, we've seen PowerPoint presentations, we've seen magic acts, we've seen, the sky's the limit. Let the kids go nuts. Let them show their creativity in a way that's really engaging, because judges absolutely love that.
All right. And we are out of time, unfortunately. So keep those questions coming in Slack and on YouTube, and we will be sure to get to them later.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let me just finish off this first segment by saying thank you for coming today. But also, we're here to support you throughout the season. We want this to be a great experience for you and for your kids. So please, if you have questions, reach out, and we're happy to. We've got some resources that we're going to talk about, some help desks and those sorts of things. Use those. And if you get really stuck, don't wait. Get in touch with us. We'll do everything that we can to help you. So have a great season. And now I believe I'm going to turn this over to Project Bucephalus, Andrew and Lyndall.
Good morning, everyone. So yeah, we are going to be walking you through a decent amount of what we've managed to pick up over the past few years, joined by the lovely Angie Melville from Team Apollo. So we've been doing FLL since 2010. Our first year was Body Forward. So we're what you call old timers. Angie, when was your first year?
Our Team Apollo's first year was 2015, so trash track year.
So when we get into this, I guess the first thing we want to remind you all of is that just because we've been doing it a while, it doesn't mean we have all the answers. So take anything that we say with a grain of salt, and then improve on it, ignore it, do what you need to improve your team. So basically, our job here is to make sure we pass on all the idiot mistakes we've made over the years, so that you can go on to make fresh, brand new, massive mistakes rather than rehashing the trauma we've all been through. So on that note, let's get the slideshow happening and we will begin. Okay, so yeah, this season, First Forward, sponsored by Qualcomm. So you will see the other FIRST programs running this season, but we're here to learn about Lego League. But as your kids age out, don't forget to check out FTC or FRC. There's a lot of fun to be had in those. So we're going to start with a basic, this is what you need to understand about what we're going to be doing today and how you need to be approaching this season. Because if the adults know what they're doing, or the adults know how this works, then the kids tend to follow. So from the archives, there used to be the very first rule in the FLL handbook was rule GP1, Gracious Professionalism 1. You are gracious professionals. You compete hard against problems while treating all people with respect and kindness. If you join First Lego League with a goal of winning a robotics competition, you're in the wrong place. Now, that is probably the most important thing to realize when it comes to how you compete. If your kids get this philosophy and are led in this way, they're going to have a really, really good time, because this is our 11th season and we're still going strong because of the stuff like this, because of this type of underpinning philosophy. It is really good for the kids, and it's a heck of a lot of fun to be part of as an adult as well. So my wife, Lyndall, our co-coach, will also be joining in and explaining a bit about how that runs later on. So now this one is just for the adults. So this is a very strange event. Strange in many, many ways. And it does often take a while to get the hang of just how this all works. So here are the top points to remind yourselves and any team parents that might be hanging around looking at you and going, why are you doing this? So first rule, in FLL, a team that fails on their own is actually going to succeed. Now, this is what we call the adults do too much rule, right? If an adult does too much on a team, they're actually going to harm the kid's chance of doing well. Judges in FLL are very, very good at telling if an adult was too involved. And I'm talking things like adults fixing code, adults picking up robots on game day. Basically, it is better in this event for kids to fail together than to succeed because an adult did it for them. Way, way better. Now, the ceremonial duct tape, that's what we offer to people that are in the judging room with us, like if they're a parent or an assistant, it goes over the mouth. So we sit there and we shut up and we let the kids get to work. So first off, be aware of that. I know the instinct is very, very strong to help them, but you teach them how to do these things, then you let them loose. Which brings us to the second point. Your job as a mentor is to teach the skills. The kids choose how to use them. And that's where you stop. You give them guidance, you give them advice, but that's where it ends. My favorite approach is to say, hey, I've got a stupid question. What if? And then just let them run. So ask questions, give advice, give guidance, but don't tell them what to do. Now, this one is a biggie. A team's behavior affects their score. So at a competition, there are core values reports, there are referees, there are people watching how the kids perform. And I have seen kids do such incredible acts of kindness and graciousness. And these are things that the judges look for and want to reward, right? At this event, if you were to drop your robot on the way to the table, smash into 1,000 pieces, I've seen it happen I don't know how many times, you will have half a dozen teams on you in about 10 seconds helping you trying to get it together, trying to put it back together again. It happens every year. If you can pass on that type of behavior and those values to your teams, they are going to do exceptionally well, and they're going to be helping the other teams have the time of their lives. This is an old core value before they modified them, but this was sort of like front and center in everything we did. What you learn is more important than what you win. They're not kidding. The best way to lose at FLL, in quotes, is to try too hard to win at it. This is about learning. This is about discovery. This is about trial and error, coping with failure, all those types of things. Again, have your kids and your parents understand that, and your team will get everything out of this that they should, and they get a lot out of it. And lastly, I think Luann mentioned this one. It is actually more than robots. They're not kidding again. The robots are the show ponies. That's the exciting bit. That's what gets everybody's excited. But they are definitely not everything. The innovation project and the core values are equal parts in this. And if you want to do well, your kids need to understand that, and you need to understand that, and you need to encourage engagement with it. So I have some kids in my team over the years that have actually got to the point where the project is their thing. Now, this is what they love doing. They don't really care for the robot too much, but put them in front of research or invention or a CAD drawing program, and boom, they're off. So keep that in mind. So this is a very weird competition on some levels. So please keep that in mind. And it does help a lot to have the parents on your team and your kids understand how this works. That way you're not answering questions and putting out fires that you don't actually have to. Okay, so now I am going to hand over to Angie, who is going to take you through some of the nuts and bolts. So take it away.
Hi guys. Yeah, so I'm just going to start off with some of the nuts and bolts, I guess, of FLL, what you need to know. Okay, let's see if this works. Oh, awesome. Okay, so the first thing around team size, I know Luann's just to answer this question for you guys. So you must have a minimum of 2, but you can have up to 10 kids on a team. You can't have 11, you can't have 12, 10 is the maximum, and you do need at least one adult coach. You can have up to 2 coaches. You can also have other parents or mentors that might help out, but up to 10 kids, minimum of 2 kids and an adult coach. Age. So the age in Australia is from 9 years of age, or at least turning 9 in the year that the season begins, up to 16 years of age. Now, that 16 years of age is that they must be 16 on the 1st of January, the year that the season begins, which does mean that sometimes they can have turned 17 sometime through the year. What that also means is that because our program runs with the American school system in terms of the American school year, that international events or later events happen the following year. So you can have kids that are actually, into their 18s, 18th year by the time internationals happen. But 9 years of age during the year that the event begins, that the season begins, up to 16 years of age. So the next one, Lego only. So for first Lego League, for all 3 areas, challenge, explore, and discover, you can only use Lego branded equipment. You can't use any of the generic brands that are out there. It must be Lego only. And this is detailed in the rules for you. But just keeping that in mind, you might see some really cool pieces, but if they are not Lego branded, when it comes to the robot, you can't use them. In your presentations, if you have a skit, you can use whatever you want. But for the robot side of things, it must be Lego only. So the next one is to build a team identity. So a lot of teams are built, or teams are built in all different places. Some are school teams, some are after school programs, some are scout groups, some are friendship groups. There are a variety of different ways that teams are made. One of the things that we really love to see, and particularly with teams who continue throughout the years, is that they've usually really built great team identity. And this is all part of the program. One of the key core values is that we have fun, and one of the best ways kids can show that they are having fun and have that real camaraderie with themselves is to develop that team. So it's around picking a name for the team. It might be unique for that team for that 1 year, or it might be a continuing name. Wear hats, have costumes, have t-shirts, have whatever you want to do that really gives you guys an identity and a sense of belonging. Most importantly, you're going to hear this lots and lots today, but read the rules and then read them again. And more importantly, make sure all the kids read the rules. We can't stress this enough. We can't stress enough how many times we've seen teams who have worked so hard but just missed an aspect of the rules and therefore haven't been able to be rewarded for such hard work because of one small thing. So read the rules and read them again and make sure all the kids have read the rules. And lastly would be that you ask for help. So here in Australia, ProjectB have graciously put together what they call their help desk, and that is for all teams throughout Australia. You can send in an email, join the group, and have basic questions, complex questions, a whole bunch of things answered. Not only will ProjectB answer them, but teams from around Australia can also answer and offer their advice and what they've done. We also have Jack's judgment. So Jack, for those who don't know, is the head ref of Australia, or was the head ref of Australia, and he will make judgments around different rules in regards to the robot game. Where there might be a little bit of ambiguity, he will make a firm decision around what a rule might mean if there is ambiguity, and we can always find those out there. And probably most importantly is contact your veteran teams. We may have been doing this for a while, but as Andrew said before, we're all still learning. Every year is new. So we are we don't know what the robot missions are going to be. We don't know what the innovation project is going to be. Our team will be starting from scratch. The only difference is our teams maybe know a little bit about what to expect at the end, or but in terms of we are new, but please feel free to ask us questions along the way. And that's not just our 2 teams that you're seeing here today. There are so many teams out there that would be willing to give support. So ask for help. And then next of all is the core values. Now, we've included this as part of the nuts and bolts of the whole program. So these core values go across the entire first program. But they are really, while it's an area that the teams are judged on independently, it really isn't independent at all. All 6 of these core values, discovery, innovation, impact, teamwork, inclusion, fun, they really should be and are at the pinnacle point of everything that the kids do. They are discovering while they're working on the innovation project, discovering while they're working on their robot. They're being innovative with their robot. They're being innovative with their solutions. Impact, what they're learning today will not only impact their lives, but potentially the lives of others as well. Teamwork, that's a given. That's a skill we all need to work on. Inclusion, meaning that it can be for everybody, and making sure that we're including all team members regardless of age or gender. And that last one, what I think is most important, is that they always have fun with everything that they're doing. When it stops being fun, then they're perhaps not doing it quite right. So making sure that they're always having fun. So that's kind of the nuts and bolts part of it at the moment. And I am going to hand back over to, who are we going to next? Yes, thank you, Andrew. I'm going to hand back over to Andrew to drive.
Okay, so are there any questions on the stream about those basics before we kick into FLL 101? No? Okay, well, we will get started. So what we're going to do now is hit through the highlights of how to do the different aspects of the competition. Later on, we're going to get into, I guess, what you call advanced approaches, like how our individual
Sorry, Andrew,
teams.
I'm going to interrupt here. We do have some questions that came through. They were on Slack, so it took me a second to find them. So do you want to answer them now?
Go for it.
All right. Our first one is from Steven. He says, I'm thinking of running workshops on basic robotics techniques using Spike and EV3. Is that in the spirit of this? Then they apply what they have learned to their problem and challenge.
Yep, that's exactly what we do.
That's, I believe, the only question we have at this point. Andrew, is there anything you want to say on that?
I was just agreeing that, yeah, that's a perfect idea. It gets the kids started, but then they can apply their techniques.
Awesome. Well, with that, I will let you continue on.
Awesome. Okay, so as I was saying, this is the basics, or the elementary. I'd say basics is probably the wrong word. The elementary foundation levels. Later on, we're going to touch into some more of the advanced aspects of this. So I'm going to say that everyone probably needs to know all of these things, and we have enough problems each year that it's worth a rehash if you think you already know them. So in addition to running a team, we also run a regional competition, and I've been refereeing, and Lyndall's been a judge, and Angie, you've been judging as well. Yes, yep. So we get to see the competition from all angles. So we'd be very, very happy if all this information was sort of absorbed and we never had to deal with problems from it again. So robot design highlights.
Yep.
So Lyndall's going to take this one.
Yep, can you click forward? All right. So the first thing we'd like to say with the robot is use sensors. Both the Spike Prime and the EV3 come with sensors, and when you look at the table, you see there's black lines all over the table. That's really good for navigation paths. That's one of the sensors is the light color sensor, and that can help the kids get their robot from point A to point B relatively on track each time, the way it needs to go. Dead reckoning is when you don't use sensors, and that can be a really big problem when they haven't put the robot in exactly the same place every single time, they won't get the same result. It's very hard if you don't use sensors. So if you don't know how to use sensors, please ask for help. We're more than happy to help you learn how to use the sensors.
I will be personally a very happy person if I never have to hear the phrase, but it worked at home, again at a competition. So please, for the love of all things good and wholesome, use sensors.
All right, so the next one for robot highlights or robot design highlights is just making sure that you understand your equipment. So in terms of building your robot, you can use unlimited Lego pieces and sensors. You can use either a Mindstorms EV3, a Spike Prime, or a Robot Inventor, which are also NXT or RCX. And you are now allowed to use any programming language that you can with either of those previous equipment pieces. So you can use EV3 Lab, EV3 Classroom, Sprite Prime Word Blocks. You can use Python, you can use Robot C. So you are allowed to use any of those that fit the ability of your team members.
Right. So, sorry, are you done, Angie?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So, number one tip for happy, successful teams, please design your robot from the beginning. Don't just slap wheels on a brick and motors on a brick and, oh, it drives. Okay, let's fit everything else in now. I'm going to go through that later, by the way. Get your kids to think about what they want their robot to do, where they want it to go, where it needs to fit, and then build it all as one unit. I've seen a lot of robots that suffer from great plans and intentions, but really, really bad design. So sometimes you just got to rip it apart and start again. But please plan it and it will reduce that happening.
And again, as well as planning your robot design, you need to plan your program. What is your robot going to do? You know, how is it going to get there? What does it need to do? What sequence does it need to have? And you might have a plan at the beginning. You might divide the board up and have the robot plan to do different things, but it might change as the kids actually get the robot doing it, but keep a record of the progress. I know a few teams that I was mentoring last year, what they said they were going to do at the beginning and what their robot actually did, they discovered that it was easier to make their robot do something else in the middle of what they were doing than stick with what they originally said. And that's fine, but they had a plan to start with. Read the rules.
Read the rules.
Read the rules, please. Now, while you're on that, first we'll often issue updates on rules that are unclear or as an error was made. So be aware of that. And also, yeah, check out the Jack's Judgments page. That's where a lot of official rulings and clarifications will be posted. Be aware that, yeah, and just keep checking and be on top of how things change. So we've had a few years, or none in recent years, we've had a few years where there's been something that upended a few strategies, but lately they've been very, very good. And it's mostly been about clarification of something that is somebody thought was clear until they turned over to several 100,000 children. Go pick holes in this rule. What can you come up with? So they do a pretty good job of anticipating, but it doesn't always work. So that is the basics of the robot design highlights. So we got any questions on that one, Sarah?
Yes, we do. We have someone asking, can you mix Lego parts from WeDo, EV3, and or Spike Prime?
Well, I'll take that one. If it's Lego, it's good.
However, you can't use, I don't think you can use the robot part of the WeDo.
Yes.
You can use the Lego, the bricks and the beams and the gears and the wheels and the rubber bands and those bits that come in the WeDo set, but you can't actually use the robotic part of the WeDo set. the
Yeah.
hub.
Basically, if it's not electronic, you got free reign. If it's a pullback motor or electronic or something like that, probably not allowed. Check the rules to make sure that hasn't changed. But in previous years, like a pullback pneumatic, a pullback motor, anything electronic, even if it's not being used as electronic, are all off limits.
You were just about to say about pneumatics. There.
Pneumatics are allowed.
Pneumatics are allowed. So teams may not know what that is,
Yeah,
or
we'll
that
get
that's
to-
the thing, but
yeah.
we'll get to that when we talk more about the robot.
Yeah.
And then not a question, but just a comment that came on that I thought was quite clever here on our YouTube chat. Mr. Alon Science says, I will bow down to any team that rocks up to an FLL event with an RCX. I think we all probably agree with that. Oh, one more question just came in just as we were chatting there. Charlotte asks, are there still limitations on the number of motors that can be included?
I'm going to assume yes, because that's been the case every year up till now. Yeah.
Which is 4.
4. However,
Rules.
yeah, so just
Read the rules.
read the rules. Yeah. We can't say for sure, but our teams are assuming it's 4 motors and nothing's changed.
I think Andrew's got the best advice on all these questions. Read the rules. And we look forward to seeing what they are on August 17th. So that's all the questions we have at the moment.
Sweet. Okay. Innovation project highlights. So I will bow out to Lyndall.
All right. So the first thing that your team is going to need to do is identify a problem. Now, the theme can offer a broad range of subjects, and sometimes years ago, the theme used to be, the project used to be very straightforward with what you could do and how you did it. But now they tend to be opening it up a lot wider. So it can be hard to figure out what you should be doing. Read the rules on what the theme is, what the blurb is. Get the kids thinking outside the box, and yeah, try and find where there is a problem. So one way to do that is through research. So with this year's theme, Cargo Connect, I would start by getting the kids to write a long list of everywhere they think cargo goes, or how it's transported, and what different industries or things are involved in shipping cargo, moving cargo. It could be something to do with farming. It could be something to do with mailing letters. It could be something to do with, Amazon sending out all their packages and how they work. Have a look, get to know your subject. Talk to a professional. Kids can learn so much from somebody who is in that line of work. They might not know there is a problem until they've spoken to a professional who can say, we often say to a professional, if we could fix one thing for you, what would it be? And that has led to some brilliant ideas by the kids and innovations on how to fix things. So once you've identified your problem and you've done some research into it, you need to start coming up with a solution to the problem. You need to invent something. Now, this invention doesn't have to be anything to do with the robot. This can be could be anything really, but it doesn't have to be robotic. You might want to make a prototype or draw the design. The further you can go, the kids can go with this, the better. All right. And also, it doesn't necessarily have to be a brand new idea. They can take something that's already out there and tweak it. So there's a saying in FRC, steal from the best, invent the rest. And that's something the kids can do with their solution. I know, there's so many things out there that are already out there that you might not know until they start doing research, and then they might come up with, this is very similar to our idea. Encourage them to keep pursuing that. And how is their idea different? How is their solution different to what's being done? And then they need to share. take it back to the professional that you spoke to, that you found the problem. See what their idea is. Does this help them at all? Do they like the idea? Can they offer any suggestions on how to improve their solution? Get feedback, make changes, share their idea with anyone and everyone. Now, they don't have to put on a performance to share their idea. They might want to do a flyer. They might want to just talk to the person. It could be a phone call. It could be an actual visit. But yeah, keep getting feedback, keep making changes, improve constantly. And lastly, when you get to the competition, you're going to have to present that to the judges. You're going to have 5 minutes to tell the judges everything that they've done, from their research to the progress through their solution, to how they talk to professionals, to how they're shared, they got their information back. And when they present, as Luann had said earlier, they can do it in any way they like. They could make up a song about it. They could do a dance. They could talk to a PowerPoint. They can do just about anything, as long as they communicate clearly to the judges what their problem is that they've done, talk about the research they've done, show the judges what their idea is, explain it, and talk about how they've improved it along the way and who they've shared it with. That's basically it.
So Angie, did you have anything you wanted to tuck in on that one?
I think that kind of covers it at that high level at the moment. I guess just have fun and let the kids be wild. I guess no idea is a bad idea. Let the kids take it where they want to take it. I mean, some of the craziest ideas, some of the craziest inventions we have today in the world are what started from crazy ideas at the beginning. So let the kids go wherever they want to.
So anything on that one, Sarah?
Got a number of questions and one comment that's come in. So I might start by reading the comment. Stephen suggests on Slack that looking at the theme this year, he would suggest that anyone with a year 7 or 8 team draw on the interconnections unit in the geography syllabus. It's a great cross-curricular activity. Good tip there, Stephen.
Yep.
And then on YouTube, we have a few questions that have come in here. Our first one is there some kind of repository or archive online of what kinds of innovation projects groups have done in the past for the different season challenges? He said he wants to show the kids so they can see how broad it can be. So
there is the Global Innovation Awards. That's like the top project teams getting together at the World Championships. It's sort of like an FLL event, but only for projects. That'd be the closest thing to an official repository I'm aware of. But most teams will keep a record of what they've done. So that would be the other thing. Just be aware, if you go check out Global Innovation, the quality is insane.
They are the teams you will see are the top 20 in the world. So that's a great goal to aim for, but don't make them expect that that's what they have to do.
Our next question is from Slack. It says, we've always been told not to use PowerPoint as part of the presentation of the project, but when we got to nationals last year, we were told we should have used a PowerPoint. Not sure if this was just because it was online, and as they said, they struggled to understand our presentation.
Yeah, so I'll take that one. There's two modes here. There is the COVID world and there's the normal world. Basically, in any presentation in a normal world, you do not want to have tech issues take out your entire presentation. So if you've got a PowerPoint set up, you don't want to be dependent on it. Your kids.
And the kids need to know how to set it up and deal with it.
Yeah. So if you don't trust your kids to cope with the technical issues that might occur, if they're not going to be able to deal with that, and if they have massive power failure or whatever, they're completely out of the running, then you shouldn't be using PowerPoint. Do a flip chart or something like that. We do use PowerPoint in our things, but we do it on a laptop standalone, and if the projector doesn't work, then the kids can just keep on going. They know what to do. We train them in that. Angie, do your kids do PowerPoint?
My guys have never used PowerPoints, but that's more to do with the approach that they take. Team Apollo have traditionally done skits and had acrobatics and songs and dancing and craziness. So PowerPoint, but yeah, it's just not part of their style. But that's our team, and that's just who they are.
Now, when you get to COVID, though, when you get to the if we're doing virtual things, then I'd say PowerPoint becomes a lot more important to get, because it's a lot harder sometimes for kids to get a message across over a Zoom link or a video chat. So, and then they're a bit more in control of the technology at that point too. So I recommend it highly, and it does offer a bit of it does definitely help in that world.
One word of warning though, one experience we've had is with using PowerPoints when we've gotten to an international event that we've not been able to use a PowerPoint, such as the World Festival, don't necessarily have the facilities for that. So we've had to work out an alternate to using our PowerPoint slides for that.
So yeah, you are under no guarantee that where you're going to go for your competition has even got the capabilities for you to show your PowerPoint.
Reach out to your tournament director to clarify well before the event if you're able to use a PowerPoint at your event in your judging session.
Yeah, I'll just add to that real quickly if I can, that, I've judged a lot of the innovation project, and I've seen some teams use PowerPoint incredibly effectively, and I've seen some not use it incredibly effectively. So it really comes down to your usage, really your students' usage of the tool, I think, is what sum up sort of what everyone's been saying here. All right, we've got one last question, though we might have someone typing. This one is from YouTube, and it says, can they make a video?
The rules change from year to year on that one, but the rule of thumb here is the judges want to see your kids live. If your presentation revolves around that video, that's not great. If it enhances what they're doing, as like a little extra, that should be fine. But check the rules on that one. Angie, would you agree with that one? Yeah,
I believe the last few years the rules have specifically said live presentation, but again agree that I guess you could have as an aspect part a video, but I guess you have to consider why you're videoing over delivering the same aspect live.
Well, I'll give you an example of that. Last year for replay, our team invented an ice skating wheelchair. And in the presentation, they had a 5-second clip of them testing that wheelchair on the ice.
Yeah.
So I would regard that as a perfectly acceptable use of video within a presentation.
Yeah.
But
definitely.
if your presentation is
here's a video,
3 minutes of the kids talking into a camera, bells, whistles, all the rest of it, no.
Yep.
All right, shall we move on?
That is everything we have at this point. So let's move along.
Robot game highlights. Yay. This is the part you're all here for. Okay. So to clarify, when you go to a tournament, you are going to get 3 2.5-minute rounds, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go. And you got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. There are 3 of them. Yes, I'm repeating myself, and that's for a good reason. Only your top score counts. So I do tell my kids, your robot can spectacularly blow up twice, and it has absolutely no effect on the final outcome. Only your best score counts. So if you have a child that's in tears because the run went bad or they're blaming themselves, the best approach is keep your head up. You got another shot. Let's go. Now, again, we see a few people getting this wrong. Each round, you want to do as much as you can. So you get 3 rounds, do the best you can each time. Each game is a different score. If you shift the chicken on your first match, it does not count for your second one. You want to get as high a score as possible as you can each round. This may sound a bit elementary, but we have had problems with this in the past. Right, your robot can come home, right? So your robot, launches, it goes out and does stuff, it comes back, you pick it up, you change things, you send it out again. You change its tools. You take its wheels off, you completely rebuild it if that's what you want to do. You've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It's up to you how the clock doesn't stop while the robot's in home, but you can do what you want. So typically speaking, you're going to drive out, you want to get your robot to do as many missions as possible, come back home, get reset, and go out and do more. Each mission only counts once too, by the way. So you can't redo a mission for bonus points. Last year, we had one of the missions was driving under the pull-up bar. I had several teams thinking that, oh, we get points for doing that. Let's loop around and do it again and again and again. And that was their whole robot run. That was not fun. Now, this one, we're going to cover more of this later, but tables, the competition tables are going to be different. No two tables are going to be the same. Mats and models will behave differently. The mats you compete on at an event will be brand new. The mat you have in your workshop, garage, lounge room, schoolroom will have been run over, I don't know how many hundreds or thousands of times over the course of the season, and it will be very different surface. This is another reason why it is critically important that you use sensors to avoid sad children. Right? Everything changes. No two things are the same. Tables are different. Temperature is different. There's differences all over. Sorry, go on, Angie.
Lighting.
Oh yeah, lighting is different. Yeah, don't get us started about that. We learned that one the hard way. So bear that in mind. If your robot uses sensors, most of the time you can cope with those differences. If you're relying on dead reckoning and the robot has to be precisely in position, you are going to have an incredibly bad time and very sad children. And this one may be a no-brainer for some of you, but again, it's important to know if your robot does something wrong or drops stuff off or wrecks something or a mission is not done right, the children cannot reach out and touch the field. So I mean, in a practice, they might get used to, oh, robot drives out, tries to tip this over, it knocks it over. Okay, I'm going to set it up and we're going to try again. Well, in practice, yeah, but in a real game, no. So you have to understand once the robot does something, it's pretty much final unless the robot can also undo it. And the last one, you are only allowed one robot at the table each round. Each round can use a different robot. That's perfectly all right. But one robot per team each run. So you can't have my team of 10 people. There are 3 robots. Each one does a different mission. We're going to slot one down, off it goes. Then we'll slot the second one. No, that can't happen. You can have round 1 is all robot 1. Round 2 is robot 2. Round 3 is robot 3. If that's what you want to do. But bear that in mind. And that also means no laptops, computers, and things like that at the table as well. The robot has to do the work. Yep. Okay. Any questions on that, Sarah, or shall we skip through?
We do have one question that's come in here. You said that each mission counts once. Can you clarify? Can they redo a mission if it failed the first time?
Oh, sorry, yeah. So if let's say hypothetically, I've got to drive out and knock over the chicken. That's my mission. I don't think that's what that's the case. So I drive out and I fail to knock over the chicken and I come back. I can do that again. I can keep trying until I succeed. But once the chicken's knocked over, I can't pick it back up and then do the mission again. Okay. Yep.
That's all we have for questions.
Sweet. Okay.
Okay, so core values. As I said before, it is in everything we do. So the kids are judged on core values separately during their interview. It is stemmed from how it's been woven through innovation, through their robot game. So the best thing to do is to build them into the game from the start. My own personal team, following on that, whenever we come together for a practice session, they actually always start with some kind of team building game or activity. And they also finish their session with a team building game or activity. It's totally separate from the robot. It's totally separate from the innovation, but it's a way that they can keep making sure that they're mastering those skills. So teaching them and bringing them in from the beginning. Gracious professionalism. Now, we didn't do this before, but come on, Lyndall and Andrew. Gracious professionalism.
Woo!
Andrew did say earlier, this is a weird, strange program. Gracious professionalism in itself is not weird and strange, but what we do about it. So gracious professionalism, we want to help each other, respect each other, and celebrate other teams. And that's really, really important. Great friendships have been made between teams for over years purely because they've been able to work together and share together and help each other out with innovation, a lot of ideas. So there's a saying in First Lego League is we compete hard against the robot game, but not each other. We work together with each other. How you compete outweighs your robot score. A lot of people think that, you know, it's that winning, it's that getting the highest score, but the judges and the refs are always watching. One of the easiest areas to be visual is during the robot game if we're at a live event. And judges and refs are always watching. They know that when you're in the interview process that your team know they're on show at that time. But outside of that, they need to be aware that they have to, hopefully, if they've intrinsically learnt these core values, they're going to keep displaying those at all times. And sharing with other teams. Rookie team, veteran team, doesn't matter. Sharing ideas with one another is a great way for each team to learn. I know my own team, we've gone and visited other teams throughout different seasons, and my team have come away with some great ideas that the rookies thought of because my guys were, you know, thinking on in their pathway and their way of doing things, and this rookie team coming in totally new came up with some great ideas that have been able to be shared. Similarly, my team's been able to pass on some ideas, some things that they maybe rookie teams or other veteran teams maybe didn't think of. So it's a really good idea to share together throughout. And practice. We can teach programming. We can teach the skills of design. Core values all have to be practiced, and they just have to be woven into everything that we do. And lastly is the improve. So even though Team Apollo have been around since 2015 and Project Persepolis have been around since 2010, neither of our teams are the same team today that they were back at the beginning. We may have some key members that have stayed the same, but we always have moving team members. And I'm going to assume that that happens throughout most veteran teams. But the worst thing to happen would be if those skills aren't passed on from one year to the next. So passing those skills on, and I think Andrew said it really well before, so that team doesn't make the same big mistakes that a team from previous years has made, and they can learn from that. So they're probably the highlights that you need to know, other than what the actual 6 core values are, which we went through just earlier, but really knowing those areas are the things that we need to focus on. And back over to Andrew.
Right.
Unless there's any questions.
There is a question I missed the last time around. Apologies to Shelby for that. This one came through on Slack, and it says, does the change in lighting change the performance of the sensors?
Andrew?
It can. That's why you calibrate your sensors or shield them.
I don't think the Spike robot has
If it's using
much,
reflected light, it can
as
basically.
much as an issue as the EV3 color sensor has had. But yes, light levels can definitely affect how the robot performs with the color sensor.
Yeah, we'll be dealing with we'll be covering how to deal with that later this afternoon. But in general, yeah, light levels can and have had impacts in the past. Right, documentation. Okay, so when you go to an event, you'll often see teams with big binders or folders or photographs or posters and things they're showing and sharing with judges. So what we want to do here is just cover the basics without overwhelming anybody. So the first thing is, if you have the ability in a competition to give the judges something to remember you by, that makes a huge difference. And speaking as a judge, please, please, please give me something to make it easy to remember you. So even just a one-page summary sheet for each area, your robot, your project or your core values, a picture, a couple of dot points, a picture of your design or something you learned about it, that's fantastic. And that works quite well. Now, some teams will produce massive logs. I know we're one of them. Some teams will do in-depth documentation. It's not required, but it does serve dual purpose of giving your team something that they can look up and go, oh, at the start of the season, we learned this. I've forgotten about that. And it's a good aid to memory for them. And particularly for the project, it's really good at bringing all that diverse information together in one place. Now, bringing up on that, the judges aren't going to read everything. So if you turn in that in-depth documentation, they are not going to go through it. At best, they'll flick through it, look for the pictures and things like that. That's perfectly all right. Like I said just above, that documentation solidifies what you've done for the kids. It does give them a sense of accomplishment. Look at the work we did. We often give copies of it to each of the children to use as we're a homeschool team. So the work they've done becomes part of their schoolwork and they're pretty proud of it. It's also really good to show professionals or anyone that might want to sponsor your team. Look at all the hard work our team does. So there are benefits. And you don't actually have to write anything. Pictures. So we have a thing. We take pictures of the robot progress each team meeting, beginning, middle, and end. Just grab someone with a mobile phone, snap a few pictures, and at the end of the season, we just toss them all into a Word doc in order, maybe a sentence or two saying what they are, but otherwise, here is our robot design look. Here is the progress our robot made. Here are the things we tried that didn't work.
Pictures are also really important of your robot because if something breaks, you can go back to it and fix it.
Yes. We've encountered a few teams that were saved purely by the fact they had excellent documentation on their robot. Close-up pictures are pretty good. Also on this one, share the load on it too, because that means if you're producing a project log or even just a project one-pager, that's something that someone can contribute. Someone may be absolutely petrified about speaking to a real adult live human judge, but they might be really, really good at putting together a summary for them, and that's what they contribute. Okay. Anything on that one, Sarah?
Nope, that's all we have at the moment.
Sweet. Okay. So we will be I think we'll be looking a bit more at documentation later. So just bear that one in mind. Bare minimum, 1 page. That works really, really well. Okay, judging.
That's fine. All right. So when you get to a competition, your team will have 30 minutes with the judges. That is it. The judging 30 minutes is broken down into different bits so that the judges can see everything. And so you've got time to share with the judges everything. So we start with a welcome where your team's going to introduce themselves, set up anything that they need to do their presentation. If they're doing their PowerPoint, that's when they do that, or set up props, whatever, their model that they're going to show the judges, put their robot on a table or something so that it's ready on hand. Next, the first thing they're going to do is present their innovation project. You have 5 minutes, or they have 5 minutes to do that presentation. That is it. All right. After that, the judges will spend 5 minutes asking them questions. Straight away, they'll move on to talking about their robot. Again, they'll have 5 minutes to talk to the judges about their robot, followed by 5 minutes of questions. Then the judges will spend 3 minutes with them reflecting on their core values. Exactly what happens in that time, that depends on your team. They may want to tell the judges about something that they've done in relation to their core values, or the judges might ask them some questions in that section. And then the judges will give them a verbal feedback before the team leaves. And that's their 30 minutes. It's very much needs to be kept on time, so that everything can be looked at, and so that every team has the same opportunities. So timing, as we said, there's a 30 minutes limits on each section. In your judging session, the judges will be assessing all 3 areas of core values, innovation project, and robot design. As well as asking questions, the judges will be observing you. Now, your core values in particular will be looked at through everything that the team does, not just in that 3-minute reflection. The judges have a rubric. You will be able to find the rubric online. Each set of judges will see maybe 3 to 4 teams, and they're going to use the rubric to rank your teams. After that, the judges get together in what's called deliberations. And that's when they talk with the other judges about their teams and how they've ranked them. And that's how where the awards are decided as to which team get what awards. Now, deliberations are secret. You are never going to find out how your team ranked overall. Each team can only receive 1 award except for the robot performance. So you can get the robot performance award, which goes to the top robot score team, but that team can also win another award. Also, if your robot did score number 1 on the robot game, you might not advance to the next level. Also, robot number 2 may not get anything. And there have been teams that advance to the next level without getting an award at all. What the judges are looking for teams to advance is the all-rounders, the teams that score well in all 3 areas. And you can have a fantastic robot, but your core values, kids are fighting or arguing, whatever, in the judging session or at the robot table, you're not going to progress. The judges are looking for teams that have put in the work in all 3 areas of their team.
That's our first section.
Any questions on that, Sarah?
Not at this stage. Might give people a minute here because there is a delay with the Zoom to YouTube.
Well, while that's happening, I'll also add something to that last point about results. If you're in it for awards, you're going to be disappointed because the way these awards work is one of those very strange things. So if you get an award in this competition, you have no idea whether you got it because you were best at that particular category or because another team was better, but they got something else. So, yeah, so be aware of that. Getting an award is an amazing, amazing thing, but it doesn't, bear that in mind. There's always room to improve. And this is not you got 97% score on your final exam. It doesn't work that way.
And similarly, no 2 events are the same. So 2 regionals, even in the same year, won't necessarily mean the same. What was shown, what was, what won an award at one event may not have won an award in another event.
Yes, I've seen plenty of tournaments where the last score in that particular tournament would have won the robot performance at half a dozen other tournaments around Australia. So yeah, be aware of that one. Okay, Sarah, we got anything else or are we moving on?
I have one I want to say before we go to questions. I just need to apologize to Angie. For some reason, I had it in my head you were doing the next session, and so I did not introduce you before this one. And you are critically important to this. So please accept my sincere apology. I did not mean to leave you out. I just had a freeze moment. So thank you for your insights. And I hope you can forgive my oversight there.
All good. No problem, Luann.
All right, we have had one question come in, and I think it's asking for a little bit of a break here before we start the next session. That way folks can get up, stretch their legs, go to the bathroom if needed, do those sorts of things. So we might have a short couple-minute break here before we get started with the next session.
Sorry, Sarah, are we still on?
I'm here.
Yeah, sorry. I think I've just seen a question come up on the Slack about the sessions not being broken up throughout the day. Assuming that the judging happens in the same style that it did last season, no, we now have just one 30-minute session, 30-minute judging session. We no longer have the 3 sessions broken up throughout the day.
We are getting another person typing here on Slack, so we might try and take this last question before we let our presenters have a small break. All right, it seems like they've stopped typing. We just got a thank you. So we might take if you have a question and you're putting it up on Slack, we will take it in the next session, but we're going to take about a minute or 2 break here, and we will be back with you shortly.
We'll see you all soon.
Hi, I'm Woody Flowers, and I've been part of FIRST for a long time. I really love how FIRST helps us learn that working hard can be fun and profoundly satisfying. In FIRST, we do our best work while helping others and treating folks with respect and kindness. This ethos is something I like to call gracious professionalism. As you go through this first season, please remember that it is extremely important. In fact, it's expected that you practice gracious professionalism. Everyone. FIRST students, coaches, parents, volunteers too. It's not always easy, but it will make FIRST a sweet experience, and it can have a big positive impact in all areas of your life. So go be kind and creative.
So we're going to jump right into our next activity.
Do you sometimes find
into our next activity, and I've got to say this was hard for me to do as a last activity because it does involve Skittles, and I really like Skittles, so I had to use a lot of restraint in order not to eat them. Right now, the activity that we're about to do is all about diffusion in water, and asking questions, forming hypotheses, and then seeing if our hypotheses are correct. So what we're going to use today, we're going to use Skittles. And the great thing about Skittles is that they're covered in sugar and dye, and they diffuse quickly into water. And so we'll be able to ask some questions on how they're going to diffuse, and how those molecules, how those food color molecules are going to spread out through water. And then at home, to take it a step further, you can ask yourselves, what sorts of liquids can you use to see if you can increase or decrease the diffusion process. I'm going to be using water today. However, at home, you can think about using acids like lemon juice. You can think about using bases. You can think about using something with like a lot of colloids in it, like milk. You can think about using oil, something that is kind of hydrophobic. So you can play around with a lot of different experiments here. I'm going to switch to where did my mouse go? I'm going to switch to my lower feed here. There we go. And so I just did this experiment and saw that the color started to spread out, but then got a little bit mixed up. So I'm actually going to add some more water into my second tray here. Now, the great thing about setting up these experiments is that they're so fast and you can test out a lot of different things. I used a divided plate because I wanted to try out several different experiments at once. Now here I'm just using water. However, it would be really interesting to do a side-by-side comparison where one tray was water, maybe one tray was an acid, maybe one tray was milk or something like that. Now, if you look closely, let's see. Questions aside, science is magic. How cool is that? So if you look closely, you can see the color starting to spread out really nicely, and they're making beautiful patterns. And I'm starting to already form a lot of questions. For example, why do you think green isn't mixing with brown as much? Is the mixing of colors dependent on which color is which? It would be really interesting to dive into the chemistry of these different food dyes and really study, are some compounds, do some compounds push each other away? Are some more attracted to each other? And so you can go into a lot of cool science experiments just using water and Skittles. And of course, it's just pretty too. Great. Let me bring my face back. Awesome. So that's my experiment with diffusion and Skittles.
I do leave it on the slide.
And we're back. And I went one slide too many. Right. So right now, we are going to start on our best practices session. Now, do bear in mind, like we said earlier, that these best practices are our best practices. That doesn't necessarily mean we're telling you that that's what you should do. So please feel free
Andrew, I can't see your
to
screen.
jump in.
It's not coming up on my thing on the.
Okay, we may have a screen issue. Hang on. Let's try this again. What about now? Are we seeing slides now?
Yes.
Okay. Yay, Zoom. Okay. So Apollo and Bucephalus will both treat this very differently, but there is a lot of overlap at the same time. So as we said earlier, steal from the best, invent the rest. And please, if you manage to improve on anything we've done, we really want to know, because that really encourages us, particularly if we see a team that's taken something we've said and gone, hey, I can make that better. Okay. Angie.
Awesome. All right. So, yep, just as Andrew said, I guess for me, one thing that I always think about when I start with kids on innovation is to think about the Volvo story around that back in the 70s when they first invented seatbelts, they could have kept that idea for themselves and made a mozza and patent the idea, and no other car companies could have then put seatbelts in the way they had designed them, but instead they decided to share it with everybody just to make cars safe all around the world. And so I guess keeping that kind of concept around while you're working on innovation projects. So as Andrew said, this is the innovation project and being practical. What we do, and keeping in mind again that what Team Apollo do, what Project Bucephalus do, is what we do. There isn't a right way. It's just how we have done things and what has been successful for our teams over the given years. So starting with the outline, and again, keep in mind that this is just inferred. We're going to start with the information that has come straight from FIRST. This is all we know so far about this year's season and how it might relate to the innovation project. So transportation drives us forward, impacts economies, bridging cultures, and making us all more globally interconnected. In 2021-2022, FIRST LEGO League's Cargo Connect participants will learn how cargo is transported, sorted, and delivered to its destinations. At the moment, that's all we know. There could be finer details brought out around what you can research, what you can look at and in innovation. Sometimes there's also limits around what you can't look at, what they specifically don't want you to look at. So at the moment, that's all we know. But as has been popped across the Slack channel, this gives you a starting point. And even if for those teams that are school teams or teams that want to start together, getting together straight after the holiday period, the school holiday period, you can start looking at transportation and cargo, how it's moved, that kind of thing now. So just as a general overview, for anyone who missed our last session, so basically, innovation project, you are going to identify a specific problem linked to the theme. You'll then research your problem and generate multiple solution ideas. You'll then design a new piece of technology or improve on an existing one. Now, the asterisk is there for the word technology. Last year, they included the word technology, and it threw a number of teams because people wondered whether they meant digital technology. But the definition that was given went something along the lines of that technology is anything man-made that improves a job, a task, makes something easier. So it does not have to involve digital technology. You'll then share your solution, and in sharing your solution, that will be with your community, but also anyone relevant that if you've spoken to some professionals or the target market that your solution would be aimed at. So if you create something for dog lovers, that you might go and meet with a group of dog enthusiasts, and then also take their feedback, and you might be able to iterate on your project, on your design, improve that. And then the final thing that you'll do is pitch your solution at an event. And we're going to go into detail around what that might look like, but this is just at the moment, just the overview. So they're the steps that you're going to take. If you look at those 5 steps actually come straight out of the design process thinking model. So this is a process or a model that is used in all areas of design, be that technology, be that architecture, anything in any industry that's using innovation and design will use this process. So really, at the beginning, you want your teams to define the problem, collect information about the problem, brainstorm ways to solve the problem, develop multiple ideas around how you could solve the problem, and then develop prototypes or designs for improving that problem or fixing that problem, gathering feedback, and then improving your design or iterating your design based on that. And you'll notice Lyndall's going to take us through shortly some of the rubrics. The rubrics actually marks against these areas. So It's a really good idea. And for Team Apollo, we use this process as kind of like a guide of where we're at, knowing how much time to spend on each area, knowing not to jump straight to the solution. Sometimes what teams will do is they'll hear the theme and think, oh, I know, this would be really great. But if they haven't gone through these steps, there's so much that can be missed in terms of knowing if it already exists, knowing, really understanding what problem that could be solving. So that's our design process. And we realized when we were putting this slide deck together that I'm going to be the queen of core values, in that core values, I'm going to be talking to you about them a lot today. Core values is in everything that we do. And so throughout your innovation project, your team members are obviously going to be discovering, they're going to be learning about new things, they're going to be building different skills, they're going to be innovative, they're going to be crazy, they're going to come out with amazing out there ideas. I think the best innovative idea I've ever heard of was, I remember a story Luann told us, which was in the year of Trash Trek, I think it was Trash Trek, a team decided that they were going to solve landfill problems by laser beaming rubbish into outer space. Now, while we might go, that poses more problems, what the team did do is find out a lot about laser beams and how they might work, and so how it could be plausible. Impact's going to be in there as well. Their potential solution could actually have a great impact on the world. They could develop it further. These shouldn't be things that they just shelve after their completion. They could be something that goes further. And then obviously the rest of it just naturally flows in. They've obviously got to work together, include everybody, but also inclusion in terms of thinking, who else could this solution impact? And then, yes, continue to have fun. So that hands me over to Lyndall.
I'm going to try and mute me.
Yeah, it's not working.
Okay, I'll just speak up. All right, so we're going to look at just briefly look at the judging session that is this part, the innovation project and innovation question part of your judging session. So how the innovation project is assessed, they'll be looking at, the judges will be looking at their presentation. So the team will have 5 minutes to describe the team's presentation in any format, any style. Now, as a judge, I have seen teams come in and do a song and dance. They have come in and done a skit. We've had PowerPoint presentations. We've had teams dressed up in costumes. We've had teams just in their a team shirt, all sorts of things. And there's no right or wrong way to do a presentation. It is purely up to the team how they want to do it. But the one thing they do need to be able to do is communicate that information clearly to the judges. After their presentation, they'll have 5 minutes to answer questions from the judges. So the judges might want to know a bit more about what problems they may have faced as they thought about their innovation or designed their solution. They might want to know, it may not have been clear if they shared their project or if they spoke to a professional. And it's really good that the kids really need to be able to answer questions, not just the one kid who knows everything, but the whole team needs to be able to answer questions. So one thing, everybody needs to be involved in the presentation in some way. And we know that there are kids out there who really don't like talking, who really don't like being front and center. And that's okay. They can still be involved somehow. They might be involved by holding a poster. They might be involved by running the slideshow, running the PowerPoint. There are ways that you can get those kids who don't want to talk much to just say maybe one line rather than giving out a lot of information. But everyone from your team must be involved in the presentation in some way. Now, when you go into your judging session, in that first little 3 minutes before you start your presentation, that's only 3 minutes. Now, if you take longer than that to get set up, that's going to count against your total time that the team has. So if you walk in and take 10 minutes to get set up, you've lost that time with the judges. Yeah, you need to practice, I guess, before you get there. You know, we often will have the kids stand outside a room and we'll say 3, 2, 1, doors open, and we'll time them and see how long it's taken them to get themselves organized. So they are aware of how long they actually have in the judging session to do it, because 3 minutes to a kid, sometimes they think that's a really long time. It's not really that long to get ready to do it. And if they're being overcomplicated with what they've got, maybe they need to rethink about how they're going to do their presentation and what they need to take in with them. And coaches, you can go into the judging session. I think you're allowed to take two adult coaches into the judging session, but you can't do anything to help them. If they've got tech issues with getting their PowerPoint set up, you have to sit on your hands. They have to try and figure it out, work as a team. You cannot speak to the judges. You can't help. You can't participate. You can't do anything. You can just stand in the corner and be there. That is it. Now, one thing that we experienced years ago, our first international event, we were in Denmark, and we had a kid who was used to using a Mac computer, and the computer for the presentation was a Windows. But somewhere along the line, the language had been changed from English to Dutch. So we were all sitting there waiting for this kid to get the presentation started, and we couldn't do anything to help them. They had to figure it out themselves. They did, and were able to do their presentation, and they did say to the judges, there's an issue here, we can't read what we're supposed to be doing, it's in another language we don't understand. And that was fine, and the judges, one of the judges was able to come and change it back to English. But yeah, we had to sit there as coaches and just not do anything. And that can be hard, but remember, this is about the kids. This is about the kids and what they're doing. All right, so the judges are going to be using the rubric. This is our last year's rubric that we're going to be looking at. So this is what a rubric looks like. You'll get your rubric back. May not be on the day of the competition. It might be emailed out to you a little bit later. Some usually do try and get them out to you on the day. There are 4 areas of ratings that the judges are going to be looking at: beginning, developing, accomplished, and exceeds. You'll see in the exceeds column, there is nothing there. That is where the judges, if they think that you have gone above and beyond what they're looking for, that's where they have to write in what your team has done that has pushed you over into that area. So there are different categories, different things that the judges are going to be looking at. As Angie said, in the design process, we have identify, design, create, iterate, and communicate. So there's those are the areas the judges are looking for. And then the judges will write comments on the rubric. They will give you something that they thought was really good, and they'll give the team something to think about, something that they might be able to improve.
By way of perspective, I usually explain the rubric ratings. As a rookie team, you would normally expect to get something in a beginning or developing. Developing is really good. If you get anything in a 3, that's an excuse for a serious party. And if you get anything for a 4, that's let's frame this and make the kids a huge fuss about it. So bear that one in mind too.
All right, we're going to now just have a look at each of the different areas. I think, Andrew, you were starting with the first one.
So I'm going to start with identify. So when you do these things, you need to just double check what the actual words are. So let's go back a step here. So number 1, identify. Team had a clearly defined problem that it was well researched. So for the first rating, You want to aim for the magic words, fully clear definition. You want to make sure there's no ambiguity in identifying the problem that you want to solve. There's been a number of presentations where it's not clear. 2, research. You can see minimal research gets you beginning, some research of unclear quality, developing, wide variety of quality research. Now, that's not that hard to do. Just don't rely on Wikipedia or Google. Read a couple of books, talk to some professionals, look at some published papers, watch a documentary, boom, you've achieved that. So it is not that hard to get into a 3 if you look at what's there. Now that's assuming that's what you're aiming for too, by the way. Like I said at the beginning, this is a guide to what the judges are looking for. If the kids are having fun and that's the goal, then that's fine.
Angie.
Okay, so the next step, if we think about going through that design process, is design part. This is not actual creating the solution. This is just where you are starting to design that solution. And so the design part says team generated innovative ideas independently before selecting and planning which one to develop. So we really want to see teams explore a variety of different ways to solve the problem. So not just picking one idea and thinking that's it, but they explore a variety of different ideas. And so that's in that first line. So idea generations provides evidence of lots of brainstorming and alternative ideas involving the team. And this is often where you'll see that teams will discover that there is somebody out there already has created an idea that they maybe have had, that they're working on something that is pre-existing, but they can then look at that and sort of do what we would consider a competitor analysis, explore how they could then improve on that. And then planning. So in their design, really plan out what is it going to look like? How is it going to work? How is it going to solve the problem? So, to get that accomplished section, you want well thought out design planning that involved all team members. And I guess the all there is some teams will divide their teams into some sub-teams where one section of the team may focus on the innovation and another section of the team may focus on the robot. And that's perfectly a fine way to do things. However, we wanted to make sure that all team members are experiencing this process for the innovation. And so we want to know that they're all involved in all aspects. So that's where that part is there. And again, as has already been pointed out, we go from beginning where there's minimal planning to some effective planning to highly effective planning along the way. Lyndall?
All right, create. This is the fun part, I think, of the project. So the team developed an original idea or built on an existing one with a prototype model or drawing to represent their solution. So this is where the kids get to express or show the judges what they did. Now, it could just be a pencil drawing, a sketch or something like that, but it's got to be something to show the judges. I like the prototype model because that gets the kids can be really creative with that. So what we're looking for is how well is the idea developed? Is it just, I've just thought of this and this is how it's going to be, or have they actually gone through the process of continually changing it, innovating it, going back and re-looking at it, improving it? Has it just, we're looking for a lot of development here. We're looking for not just, the first thing and that's it, but we've actually gone back and talked to the professional. They've said we need to change X, Y, Z. We've gone back, we've changed that, we've gone back again. And there's this continual thing happening, development. Then how is the idea represented? The level of detail is important. If they go in and they don't have anything to show the judges, that's a beginning. If they have some detail there. They've made a prototype or a model, or they've got detailed drawings on how it's going to work, so the judges can really see what they're thinking. That's going to score much higher. Andrew?
Yep. Okay. Iterate. Again, you should be seeing here that getting high is really not that difficult as long as you've read the rubrics and know what the judges are looking for. Also, I'm going to reiterate myself here. Remember, this is last year's rubrics. They are going to release new ones, and there have been changes before. So don't take this as gospel. Compare what we say to what actually comes out. So sharing and improving. So the first one is about how they share it, the difference between minimal and a lot. And the second one is how they use that sharing and feedback, again, using minimal to a lot. So when you're sharing, try and get that a lot of sharing. Now, they don't have to give their presentation to everyone. They just got to share their idea over a Zoom call, a elevator pitch, however you want to do it. When it comes to improvements, it's very easy to miss that. So you go talk to a professional and the kids will say, hey, what about this? And the professional will say, hey, have you thought about that? Write that down and tell the judges about it. That's exactly what they want to hear about. And provide the evidence of it. Like, this was a picture of our design before we thought about this, and after the feedback, we changed it to this. It's not very hard. It can take maybe 5 seconds of your presentation, and it will work very, very well. So
the next part we're up to is how we communicate. So teams shared a creative and effective presentation of their current solution and its impact on their users. So the first part of this is really around how well the presentation, how engaging was the presentation. Now, we've already mentioned a few times that presentations can come in many shapes and forms. They can be skits, they can be slideshows, they can be song and dance, tap, they can be whatever meets your team's uniqueness, whatever works for your team, but they've got to be engaging. And I guess one rule of thumb is if you don't grab them in the first 30 seconds, you're probably not going to maintain their interest along the way. Judges will pay attention for the entire time, don't get me wrong, but we want to make sure that what the judges are watching, remembering that they're seeing a few teams over a day, over a judging period, we want to make sure that you are memorable in the way you present, and that it's not just a stock standard of let me just deliver the information, that the way you deliver the information is really engaging. And then the next part is that in your presentation, have you been able to cover all those aspects that they're looking for? Can you clearly tell me what the problem was? Have you been able to clearly tell me what the solution was? And most importantly, have you been able to clearly tell me how your solution will actually work in terms of how it will impact those people that it's intended to work for the market that have the particular problem you identify? And that's, really, really important, is that we want the kids to be thinking about creating ideas that really will make a change, in this world.
Before we move on, do we have any questions about the rubric, Sarah?
We have some questions that have come in. I'm not sure how specific they are to the rubric, but I think now is a good time to answer them. They're about the prototypes. I guess that is related to the rubric here a bit. So our first one is, how do 3D prints go with prototypes?
No problem. With the prototype model, there's nothing to specify what that prototype model has to be made from. That's one of the things I really like about this part, is the kids can get creative. If they want to use a 3D printer to create something for their prototype, fantastic. What skills they're learning. If they want to make it out of cardboard, if they're into model making and can do something really clever with that is fantastic. They might be able to really show how their innovation is going to be using. Several years ago, our team, I think it was Senior Solutions, we had the kids were making a lift. Well, I think
it was a chair.
It was a chair. It was called the easy chair, I think it was. And they had they made a little prototype for a Barbie doll to sit on, and they were able to show how this lift would help senior citizens be able to get up and down off the floor so they could do their physio exercises that they needed to do to strengthen their back and help them not to fall and things like that. That was perfectly fine.
I will add something to that. As a judge, and I think most judges I've seen, you're not, it does a lot come down to what your team has access to. You are not, if I can be blunt, you are not going to receive extra points because your team has money and access to the latest and greatest development stuff, right? If you have a detailed technical drawing, that is just as good as a 3D printer. So any coach out there now that's panicking about how do I get my hands on a 3D printer so I don't let my kids down, relax. It's okay.
And can I just add into there to give an example from Team Apollo? And have access to 3D printers. But what I do have in Team Apollo is we have a few acrobatic kids. And so in demonstrating their solution one year, which was the hydrodynamics year, they were talking about how to create a hydro dam and turbines. And so they literally had one of the team members do a headstand in, you know, a straddle position with another team member in a handstand, walking around, making the headstand person. Basically, they showed how this model would work with their team members in acrobatic sort of format. So they could demonstrate their model, but it was their team members. And I think the judges enjoyed it. Well, they certainly laughed anyway.
So to answer that other question I see underneath that, you do not need to make the prototype out of Lego. You can, it's a really effective tool. But yeah, so just, I guess, bear in mind, you don't have to spend money, or teams don't get access, don't get extra points just for having access to facilities.
Yeah, well, one of the teams I mentored last year was creating a all access playground, and they made their model out of cardboard and pipe cleaners and pop sticks, and coloured it, painted it, and the girls had a fantastic time developing their model.
Well, that's all the questions we have at this point. So, let me see, we just had one come in. We have a comment coming in on YouTube. It says, another idea is to invest just a little bit of money in some make-do equipment for cardboard construction. You can make amazing things at a huge scale with great detail out of just cardboard. So there's a tip if you're looking for something to do on the cheap with cardboard. And with that, we might get back to the presentation.
Okay, so what we're going to do now, this is something that Bucephalus has done over several years. It's what we call the unofficial rules of FLL. We find this is a really effective way for providing a broad understanding of how to do things. So this isn't something you must follow. This is some guidelines and ideas that can be memorable. So this is our version of these for the project. So in short, what makes a good project? What makes a good presentation? Yeah, we'll let you know when we find out. It is not something that you can point at and say, yes, that's it. It is the most open-ended part of FLL. There is just so much, so many possibilities, so many ways to go. This is 11 years in, and we're still getting new ideas and approaches. Something that is brilliantly working one year may be completely unsuitable the next. And what we're showing you now is what works for us. And Angie's going to be helping with a couple of them that do work for Apollo as well. But again, it doesn't mean that you can't do better. So bear that one in mind. And also remember, the big thing when you're doing this is the core values throughout. See, I'm stealing Angie's thunder here. When you go into your judging, they're going to be looking for your core values in everything, particularly this. So, number one. So, number one, unofficial rule, research your project. So that means the project has rules. Read the engineering notebook, read the challenge guide, and understand what's valid. Like, there are several years they have specifically excluded certain aspects of that year's project. So one example was hydrodynamics. They allocated certain areas of the water table that you're able to look at, others not. With food factor, you had to look at how food got to us and problems with food, but food security was not part of that year's project. So read it and understand it. And they often have updates for these as well. Rule 2.
Rule number 2, so don't fear the rubric. So we have just stepped you through that rubric. Really, that's what the judges are marking the teams on. So making sure that your team are familiar with that rubric, knowing what they're going to get judged on. I know for Team Apollo, they will often, after they've sort of put their work together, developed their presentation, they will then score themselves through that rubric to see where they maybe have some gaps, where they think that they could improve on areas. Not to say that what they score themselves will be what the judges score them, but it at least gives them, you know, it's the template that they can use. It's what judges are going to judge them on. So make sure you're really familiar with it.
Research, research, research. You can never do too much research. As Andrew said earlier, don't rely on Google. Look for documentaries, articles, books, interviews with professionals. See if you can go on an excursion to a place that deals with parcels or something like that. Multiple sources. The more you can do, the better. Hand-on experiments. You know, get the kids to, you know, one year we were using our kids were looking at a Peltier device. I had no idea what that was until they worked on it, and they were doing experiments with it and seeing how long it took to get water droplets off that particular device. So, you know, lots and lots of research.
I'll add to that one, just nothing impresses judges more than kids doing their own research.
Yes.
So, yeah, do it. Keep it professional. Right. You want to involve as many professionals as possible in your project. And you don't have to do it in person. You don't have to go to their workshop, particularly in the age of COVID. Send them an emailed list of questions. And a lot of these professionals are really tickled by kids coming in and wanting to know everything about what they do. And just be warned, though, when you do start to get these professionals, we've had multiple occasions where a 30-minute interview turned into a 3-hour extensive tour of the entire facility because they just loved the fact that kids kept coming up with question after question after question. So be aware of what you might be getting yourself into.
Milk it for all it's worth. So every team has their own opportunities and perspective, location, hobbies, jobs, contacts. These are all opportunities. Use them in research, solution, or even the presentation. So we often work with scout groups. And so we say to those kids, what's unique about scouting that your perspective can help you locate a problem that is unique to that area? So what is unique to your group of kids? Do they have a hobby like Team Apollo, the acrobats? I imagine that could have been quite useful for replay with getting them active. You know, what are things, you know, that they can do and use that information, use those contacts.
If you're a rural team, you've got a very different perspective to a city team.
Oh, yes.
Milk it for all it's worth.
So rule number 6, starting with your passion. So, and that's not your passion as the coach, that's your team member's passion. If they start with things that they are interested in, they are going to stay enthused, they are going to stay engaged in the innovation project. Where they can take that can be amazing. So, you know, if they've got, you know, we've already said it, but if you've got kids that are in scouting, if you've got kids that are performers, sporting people, looking at what really interests them and drives them, that's a really great place to start and continue and maintain their enthusiasm.
Rocket-powered wheelchairs are cool. So don't restrict your ideas to sensible solutions, right? The crazy ideas are the good ones. So if you're going to invent a rocket-powered wheelchair, then I want to see aerodynamics. I want to see safety. I want to see fuel analysis. Take those crazy ideas and go nuts. Rocket-powered wheelchairs were actually an example from Body Forward of a project that sounded crazy, but as long as you did it right, it was still viable. So don't let, as adults, we can sometimes be a bit of a stick in the mud, but if they want to go crazy, just make sure they treat crazy seriously. And who knows, you may just end up as the next Elon Musk.
Then everyone, never underestimate the power of an idea. So when they are in that stage of brainstorming solutions to their problem, is that you do not want to dismiss anything. During brainstorming, no idea is a bad idea. Let them work through things. Sometimes basic, very simple ideas or, it might seem a bit lame, or they're not very inspiring, or they don't think it's going to go anywhere. It may actually be something that goes somewhere for that team. Remembering that every team competing in this all has the same theme. And so if over the years, we see teams with similar ideas and similar solutions. So creating one that, yes, is like rocket-powered wheelchairs, but also looking at some of the simpler ones. How can you take that? Where could you take that idea? And so, just not dismissing any idea until you've really thought about it.
Escape the obvious. Now, this one is a suggestion. This is not a do it, right? So this is something that we've found. Obvious subjects get a lot of attention, particularly if it's an idea that's mentioned in the game manual, right? It is very disheartening for some kids to rock up to a tournament and find out half a dozen teams have had exactly the same idea as they have.
Oh, that happened to us in Denmark.
Yeah, it happens all the time, right? So what we recommend to our kids is look for something unusual. I think the best way to be an expert in a field is to pick a really narrow field. Look for something really focused and narrow, and then look for that broader application. Don't go for don't go for solve the whole thing. Focus right down on something specific. So that picture there is there for a reason. That's one of our team members about to hunt for dung beetles in a bucket of liquefied cow manure. We harvested it like 20 minutes before with a dung beetle expert. So we are dealing with the fly problem in Australia by looking for dung beetles that can not get killed off by pesticides. So that was a really, really focused, narrow, weird area, I thought at the start, but it turned out to be something that they got really enthusiastic about. And she was the only one game enough to actually go sorting through that liquefied poo. So she's going to live on forever with that photo.
Join the circus. All right, as we've said, make your presentation memorable. Be impressive, be passionate, be outrageous. Anything you can think of, but again, make sure that they are clear in what they are telling the judges. There's no point in doing singing a song if the judges don't understand what the song's about. There's no point in doing all this special gymnast activity or dancing if it doesn't make sense to the judges. Remember, you still only have your limited time to do this, but you can do anything.
300 seconds. That's how long you get for your presentation. So don't waste them. Set the scene and characters in the first few seconds. Even if you don't involve a skit, clearly define what you're doing straight away. When you're going over the script before the presentation, look for words to remove or shorten. Get it to a point where it is effective. Remember, start strong, be memorable. So we have one of the teams we mentored that took this advice to heart. They were doing a safety harness for amputees for a roller coaster. So their skit started with them all bringing in a chair, sitting down in 2x2s. The first thing they did was raise their arms up and screamed like they were going down a roller coaster. Made the judges jump, and they definitely remembered them after that. And rehearse, right? there is a huge, huge difference between a presentation of kids that know what they're saying and ones that are clearly just looking down and reading off a script and aren't really familiar with what they're doing. Now, that said, no judge expects the kids to have memorized everything, but being familiar with it, that makes a huge difference. And if your kids are nervous, and yeah, just hide a few copies of the script around them or have it with them. It's all good.
Rule number 12, the first script or presentation read through should always go long. So usually this is a sign of really good research, and it's better to have more than not enough, because you'll be able to cut down and really make sure that your message is clear and precise. So expect that it will be longer than 5 minutes with room to cut down. If you have time to spare when you're doing your presentation, perhaps go back and see where you can fill in some gaps. Perhaps it's a little bit more research, a little bit more information around your problem. Perhaps it's a little bit more detail around your solution, or perhaps it's some more advice from professionals of how, what kind of impact this will have. So first read through, it will be long. If it's not meeting that 5 minute mark, perhaps we need to add a little bit more work.
Number 13, FAQ and answers. So the judges are going to be asking the kids questions. How do you prepare? Get your team to practice being interviewed. Practice them answering questions. Get other people to ask them questions. Everyone in the team should be able to have something to talk about because they've all worked on it. So they can work out beforehand, who's done what, how have they done it, who's going to be talking about particular aspects, and practice.
Imitation, rule 14. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, otherwise known as Murphy's Law for the Innovation Project. The closer you are to a tournament, the more likely you are to discover that somebody else has already solved your problem or just put a brand new invention out that's the same thing as you've just done. It's happened on multiple occasions to multiple teams. I'll almost go so far as to say it will happen to you at least once. Don't let it discourage your team, and research that new solution as part of your project. So mention it to the judges. We worked on this, then this company just did this. We think our idea is better because, or hey, they had this feature that we didn't think about, so we've included it, which means our project is now better than theirs. So bear that in mind. It will happen to you once, and it will be fairly unforgettable.
So rule number 15, the good project. So the purpose of the innovation project, if we go back to the core values, the key purpose would be around discovery, and I would also say innovation. So a good project will have your team members exploring, they will be learning, they'll be discovering, they'll be coming up with those wow factors and wow moments where, things that they didn't know before, or experiences they didn't know before, or problems that they didn't know existed before. So yeah, that's the sign of a good project, is have they discovered and have they been able to innovate along the way? Anything else that they get from it is an absolute bonus.
Okay, so before we show some examples of project presentations, are there any questions?
Not at this stage. So hopefully people will ask some more questions here before we get through this session.
Sure. So I'm actually going to stop the screen share at this point because I'm going to show a video of something that one of our presentations. Now, because of various child protection and first rules, we can't just go out and show you presentations that people have put up online, but we can show you presentations that our teams have done. So what I'm about to show you is the Animal Allies presentation for Bucephalus that ran when they were competing in the Open European Championship in Denmark. This was the dung beetle project that I spoke about. So bear in mind, this is a presentation. It is not a fully rehearsed entertainment skit, but take a look and see if you can hopefully get something out of it. So I'm just going to shrink that, share the screen. And here we go. Oh, I don't seem to have sound. Why do I not have sound?
Did you share with sound?
Yes, I did.
Oh, lousy.
Okay, hang on.
Got sound. We have sound.
You have sound? Okay.
Oh, lousy flies.
Don't worry, citizen. Those flies won't bug you for much longer. Just point me to the nearest cow patch.
Cows? Who? What? My friends?
I am Dung Beetle Man, and I'm here to save
He's
you.
over here.
Sorry about this. We escaped from our team meeting.
Can someone please tell me what's going on?
We're Project Unofficial, the first Lego League team. He got bitten by a radioactive dung beetle, and well, he hasn't been quite the same since.
Radioactive dung beetle.
It's a long story.
I can now lift 10 times my weight, navigate by the sun and stars, bury 250 times my weight of dung in a single night, survive purely on a diet
He's
of
also
fresh dung.
easily distracted.
Please tell me that's a chocolate milkshake.
It's best not to think about it.
He loved dung beetles before, but now he's worse.
How can you love something that eats and lives in dung?
Australia needs the dung beetle. They're amazing. Beetles fly to fresh dung in which they feed. They dig tunnels for balls of dung or brood balls in which they lay eggs. The brood balls feed the larva which tunnel upwards and emerge as adults.
How is that amazing?
Removing the dung this way has awesome side effects. The bush fly population is reduced by 99%. Fertilizers are returned to the soil, chemicals are kept out of waterways, and CO2 is trapped.
Beetles also improve water runoff quality, rainwater infiltration, groundwater retention, and reduce algal blooms.
Yes, and they also improve soil fertility, structure, aeration, and biology. They reduce the effects of soil acidity, salinity, and nitrogen volatilization.
We improve topsoil depth and available grazing area. Our tunnels promote deeper grassroot penetration and provide a food source for earthworms and microbes.
All right, I get it. They're important. How come I didn't know about it? I work at the RSPCA.
Back in the 70s and 80s, the CSIRO imported dung beetles as a solution to Australia's cattle dung problem. Cattle produce up to 12 dung pads each per day, meaning the 30 million cattle in Australia cover over 20,000 square kilometres of grazing land with their dung. Native beetles don't eat this.
But funding was cut, and so the beetles weren't spread nearly as far as they needed to be. John Feehan and Dr. Bernard Dope have tried to continue the work by harvesting the beetles and selling them to farmers.
Hang on a minute. Introduced species? Are you crazy?
Dung beetles aren't dangerous. We are the chosen ones of the CSIRO, carefully selected to aid the beetles of Australia in their battle against dung. We are one with the dung. We fight to remove it, yet cannot live without it.
Unlike cane toads, dung beetles can never be a pest. The biggest problem is ignorance. Farmers drench their cattle with medicine that is toxic to dung beetles, aren't aware of the benefits of dung beetles, and can have many misconceptions about their effects.
Which is why we've chosen education as our solution.
Australia shall learn about dung beetles!
Isn't that kind of lame? Where's the robot beetle harvester? Satellite tracking or the revolutionary beetle spreading technique?
We did investigate those options, and we could design them, but the technology level and cost makes them impractical.
Beetles are harvested from dung taken from paddocks full of stock. The dung is then washed and the beetles collected. A group of students with trowels and buckets can do this cheaply and effectively over a large area, unlike a robot that would need sophisticated programming, mobility, and sensors to achieve the task.
And it wouldn't have many other applications. Once the beetles are spread properly, there wouldn't be a need for the technology. The original beetle program was stopped, but both John and Bernard are still using effective techniques designed by the CSIRO to harvest, sort, and spread the beetles.
Our solution targets the biggest problem faced by dung beetles and actually solves it.
Can you make people interested in something so disgusting?
Hey!
Yes, and we've already done it. Our information convinced a working dairy farm to begin establishing a dung beetle colony, helped persuade 5 other farms to do the same, built interest in a dozen more, and educated officials such as Andrew Britton from Local Land Services. Our trips to Canberra, Berry, lessons in chemistry, visits to farmers, and all our research have led us to a point where we can present information in ways that are targeted at a specific audience.
The average Australian farmer is aged over 53, focused on the productivity and health of the land. A flyer attracts attention, and a booklet tailored to this view is used to build history of dung beetles. Once a colony is established, a flyer with practical information gives farmers a reference point.
City folk have different priorities, so we make the issue personal. For this, we have created posters that highlight the importance of the beetles. Once we have their attention, they are guided to our booklet.
The response has been exciting. John immediately grabbed the posters. Both John and Bernard will include the flyer in their beetle shipments, and Andrew intends to share it with the Small Farms Network, and has invited us to present to the local land services annual dinner.
And printing flyers and posters is much cheaper than building a cowpad robot. Printing companies can make 250 flyers for $116.
Whoa, just getting rid of these flyers would make me interested.
Then my work here is done.
Are you going to get him some
Are you
help?
kidding? We have to rewrite the entire script. We'll worry about it when the season is over.
A summary of our project, resources, and sharing is on the script. Thank you.
So that was our Animal Allies presentation. So hopefully you can see how we applied some of those rules in that, from the battering down of the fence in the opening seconds to having an absolute ham for Dung Beetle Man and moving on from there. So you can see that we do a thing with costumes, but you don't have to. You can. I've seen some very powerful presentations just based on people standing in position. Have a look on YouTube. You'll find some really, really good ones. So, yep. So I will now, oops, don't want to do that just yet. Hang on. So we got any feedback or questions from any of that, Sarah?
Do not at this stage.
That's the end of the session.
Right. So that brings us to the end of our best practices for the innovation project. So have we got feedback, comments, concerns, ideas, anything anyone wants us to sanity check? Now's the time to do it.
All right, well, we give folks a minute here to hopefully put in any questions they have about this. Give that delay between Zoom and YouTube.
Yeah.
I might just ask each of you to tell us what is your favorite thing that you've seen through an FLL project. What's been the highlight for you?
Oh, so many.
I have to say my favorite project, I'm speaking from my team, we had one of our children that was a very talented amateur street magician. And for world class, he used his magic skills as the foundation for a program to teach children self-confidence by learning magic. And he was in his absolute element the entire year. I think we ended up training, I don't know how many homeschooled kids and people in general. We had a whole team full of magicians by the end, and they were doing magic tricks, and they set up the whole presentation as it was a performance, a stage show. So they had a lot of fun with that, and they got a lot of engagement from the professionals about it.
I think for me, I guess it's the ones that stand out. For me, anything that's music or entertaining factor, they always stand out. But also, I'm always intrigued when there's a problem that, for me or for my team, is not a problem in our world, if you like, in our community, but is a problem in someone else's community. So finding out about that is always really good. So if you have a unique feature about your community, like Andy's been saying before, around, rural to city kids, that will, bring to light some problems that people haven't even thought of before. I always think they stand out for me.
Totally agree. So with that, we might take a little bit of a break here. Once again, so our presenters can have a little bit of a stretch and a break. Oh, we just had a question come in. No, we're all. Yep. People are just saying thank you for that presentation. It was very informative and they very much enjoyed it. So with that, we might give our presenters a little bit of a break here so they can get some stuff, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
but let's not. Let's finish this off with a couple of activities called Hello World. So my can you challenge is, can you go STEM? Go STEM. With Lego, cardboard, and Python. Now in FIRST Robotics, coding of robots is essential, and there's many different languages to use. At Whimsy, when we're introducing students to computer science, we'll use tools such as Scratch, and we'll use tools such as Python, which is very readable as you go through. Forgive the Minecraft noises in the background. Hold on, I gotta fix this. Because I'm, all right, oh dear. Well, the cat's out of the bag on that one. Let me quit that. That was gonna be a demo. Let's see if we can pull that one off. I spawned a bunch of dogs with Python in Minecraft. Okay, so Python. So we're gonna program with Python. The first place we'll go, and let me share my screen, is, did that work there? Can we see this? So I have confirmation that we can see this. I'm hoping we can. Amanda, can we see this? No. Stop share. Let me try one more time. I got all this time, you know, I'm getting a little lackadaisical here. So, oh, you could see it. Oh, let's try again. Share again. Oh, we're good. Okay. Whew. All right. So we're going to go into a program on the computer itself, and let's make this bigger, 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 bigger. Go big. And so on any computer you have, you can get Python on that computer. And on my computer, I just go into the terminal program and I type Python. And I say print go STEM. And it says go STEM. Let's have it print go STEM 10 times. This is cool. It's going to use a for loop for X in range 10. I think I said 10. I hope I said 10. We're going to tab over and we're going to say print go STEM 10 times. Okay, so hello world tasks in any programming language is find the programming language you need, load the resources, and write your first program. And in this case, we wrote our first program, go STEM. Well, Python as a program can be used to work with other devices. So we've got here a Spike Prime kit. So Lego Robot, Mindstorms, long history there. Working with FIRST and other groups in education. And if I do, actually, let me do a new activity, and I'm going to do Python here, and I'm going to say test. I'm going to spell it correctly. Oh, I got 2 minutes. I think I can pull this off. So they already built their hello world into this, and if I press run, I get a smile. Well, let me try my go STEM. So I'm going to say hub light matrix right go STEM, and let me run that there. Well, I think I got time. And go STEM. Now in this one, I'm going to go back to my pre-baked program here, and are going to try to end in the last minute here with our 15th activity. And I'm going to put this go STEM here, and we're going to run this program, which has the loop in it. And so first, whoops, there's the go STEM, and then my motor says go STEM 5 times. Awesome. Well, this has been a super pleasure and honor to work with everybody on this 24 hours of STEM. And I think we did it. Congratulations, Whimsy team, fitting 15 5-minute STEM activities into 1 hour. Well done.
In the heat of an ethical crisis, the right path is often not obvious. Your chances of doing the right thing are greatly enhanced if you have thought about guidelines in advance. Teams should be prepared for ethically complex decisions. Often, you have only one shot at getting things right. Imagine that after years on the first team, you are finally on Einstein and you have a good shot at being on the winning alliance. Then, you learn that your alliance partner has an illegal feature on their bot. What do? Or maybe your team is impressing the Chairman's Award judges with an elegant presentation, and your teammate gets overly enthusiastic and tells a lie about your team. What do? Gracious professionalism often involves thinking hard. Give yourself an advantage by thinking hard in advance. Spend some time on the canons of ethical behavior. Make sure you and your teammates are on the same page about complex issues. Good stuff is more likely.
All right, everyone, welcome back here. We are getting ready to get started here on our next session. So I will turn it back over to the wonderful Andrew, Lyndall, and Angie.
And we're back. Is the echo still there or is it gone now?
I think
on
it's
our
gone.
side.
No, it's still there.
Okay, we're going to have to try and run off a different speaker, a different microphone.
It's fine when you guys are talking, so if you just go ahead and whenever Angie and I talk, you just mute yourself.
Okay,
All right.
I'm on that. All right, so I did see there were some questions up on Slack about the project. So we got asked, how much time do people spend on the project? Right? So we have what we call a rule of, our rule of the minimum competitive time. So when we're training a team, we say, if you want to be competitive, and that's an if, a lot of teams are just in it to learn and have fun. We say you need to spend 3 to 4 hours a week on FLL. So it's 2 hours on the robot, 1 to 2 hours on project and core values, meeting as a team. Now, I'll give you a word of warning. We spend way more than that. And I'm pretty sure Apollo does too. And you'll be up against teams that do spend more than that. But I've seen plenty of teams working in that 4-hour limit that perform exceptional results. So it's not a given. So I'll just say the more time you spend on it, the better you'll do. But what you actually do in that time is also a factor. So I apologize, that's probably not as meaningful as you would like, but that's what we're looking at. Angie, you got anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think one of the things that Team Apollo does is at the beginning of the season, they put together a timeline. So our practice sessions, we are also a homeschooling team. And so we meet together once a week for between 3 and 4 hours. At the beginning of the season, that time will be equally split between innovation and robot, and the entire team will be working on both sections. And then as we move through the season, the team will sort of split and work more proficiently on select areas that, you know, are their areas of interest. So it does vary. Obviously, you know, when you're getting closer to the robot games and the innovation project is complete and you are just working through your practicing your presentation, there might be some more time on robots. But innovation, I really think a couple of hours, several hours a week, being that time while you meet, but also my team go away and they actually have a dreaded word for homeschoolers, homework, where they actually have to bring stuff back to the team, some research that they've done independently. So I think, like Andrew said, it's not a conclusive answer there, but as many hours as you need to get the job done.
And have your objective in mind before you get started.
Yeah.
Because once you go down that rabbit hole, you may never stop.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're going to be getting into the robot game. Now, again, I'm going to re-emphasize this because I would hate for anyone to think otherwise. This is what we do, and this is how we teach other teams. We've taught a lot of other teams this method. Some of them take it and then go off in their own direction. I believe we taught Team Apollo this at one point, but they're now doing their own thing, which is really good to see. Other teams keep doing this and it keeps working. So it's a viable idea, but just don't try and think I'm telling you it's the only way to do it. So this is an overhead diagram of this year's field, which was released on the first LEGO League website, Facebook page, sorry. So this view is going to become very familiar to you during the next few slides and probably should stay familiar with you as you design robots. So I believe I'm going to start off with some important things you need to know and keep in mind. So you've got to read the robot rules to understand the game. Like it is vital. There's no other way around it. There are, however, some top rules that cause problems. Now, do bear in mind, these are 2020 rules. There will probably be changes in 2021, but I'm pretty certain these will still be problems. So 1, this is the no two tables are the same. So this was the rule. This was on page 6 last year. The volunteers at an event are going to be trying to do their best to get the field right, but there are going to be imperfections, there are going to be changes, there are going to be little things that happen, right? So tables are going to be of slightly different widths. I know at Macquarie Uni, the tables have got a reputation for being just a touch small, so we have to shave some of the borders off. That's perfectly legal. I've been at competitions where there's been like a 5 centimeter gap between the walls. So that's not as usual, and hopefully that will never happen in Australia, but you've got to be able to deal with it. There are legal variances in wall height. I believe my son Isaac translated that into 8 to 11 studs. The walls can be anywhere from 8 to 11 studs high in the last rules. So if you are dependent on the walls being a certain height, you're in big trouble. Mats do not have to be taped down. Right? The rules say they can be, but they don't have to be. And the big one is do not depend on wall width and do not depend on anything outside the table. So some teams have an arm or something that swings over the side to grab hold of the wall as you drive down it. That's perfectly legal in every tournament I've seen so far. But some tournaments have light poles or clamps or tape on the outside of the table, and they are under no obligation to remove that for you.
Yeah, cameras and all sorts of stuff.
Cameras, overhead views, it's all there. So be aware that things can change. My personal favorite for wow, we didn't really expect that, was on the was World Class, where it was all about learning. And part of that was learning how to do sport. And one of the challenges was you had to kick a ball or shoot a ball into the goal over a wall. It was about 5 studs high. On every table bar 1, the Cephalus' strategy worked beautifully. Bounce the ball off the wood, over the wall, in it goes. On one table, it didn't. Afterwards, we found out there was a knot in the wood, pretty much at the point we were bouncing it. It absorbed the blow and the ball just rolled. The kids could not figure out what happened until the mat came off. Right, rule 2, equipment.
This is Angie.
Go for it.
All right, so rule number 2, the equipment. First and foremost, you are only allowed Lego pieces for your robot. So it must be Lego building or Lego branded pieces only. In terms of controllers, you are only allowed 1 controller. at the table at any one time. Your team may bring the controllers to their pit area, but you can only have one at a match at any one time. Motors, you can have any combination of motors. In 2020 and in previous years, you've only been allowed to have 4. We can assume that that's going to be the same, but please check the rules regarding how many motors you are allowed this season. Sensors, you can have, again, any number of sensors that you have ports to fit them in. They can be touch or force sensors, color, distance, or ultrasonic gyro sensors. So you can have any combination of those. Things to remember, as I said, you may have, teams may bring along a spare parts kit. Leave it in the pit area. Don't bring it to the match because they're just not allowed. Second to that would also be around, you are not allowed to bring computers or laptops or iPads to the table. They are not part of what you're allowed to bring to the robot match. Obviously, you use them for your coding, but at the table, it just needs to be the robot itself with the approved parts.
Yep.
Software. Okay, rule number 3, software. All right, so you are allowed to use any software that makes the robot move autonomously. All right, that could be Python, that could be Spike Prime Word Blocks, that could be EV3 LabVIEW, that could be C++, whatever language that makes it move autonomously. There is no remote control allowed. You are not allowed to take computers or tablets to the robot game, and you need to make sure that Bluetooth is turned off. You can use your computers and tablets in your pit area, not a problem, but you cannot take those things with you to the robot game itself.
And on that note, I would highly recommend do not attempt to download code via Bluetooth at a tournament, because if there's 20, 30, 40 other robots, all called EV3 or with a spike identifier, and you're trying to find it, you're going to connect to somebody else, or they're going to connect to you, and who knows what the heck is going to happen. So make sure you do it on cable. Right, now Luann touched on this. I'm assuming that this is the same as it was last year, and I'm going to go over it again now because I've seen more grief on this one than anything else recently. So, to launch, the robot and everything that is about to move must fit in that launch area. And the key word here is launch area. Anything hanging over the wall or over the mat edge is outside launch.
Even cables.
Even cables. So everything has to fit in that quarter circle. They may change the rules, but this year that's what happens. Even one stud over the wall is outside of launch. So be aware of that one. Then we get the follow-up, home. Home is that area stored off to the edge there. Right, the robot must be completely in home to be interrupted without penalty. There's no height limit to home. Now again, this may change because at one point they also allowed launch as part of home. So I'm assuming this year that if your robot is inside that boot shape, completely inside that boot shape, you can touch it. But check the rules to get how specific they're going to be this year.
Also, if you are a rookie team and making a table, please make sure your table is the length of the mat plus that home area. Don't go, oh no, our table's too long. That is an important part of the field.
Very important. Now, all your equipment you bring to the table, equipment being your robot and attachments and parts, has to fit inside that area there. Or be held by somebody, but it's got to start in there. So be warned. You cannot bring huge tubs to the table and store stuff in them.
In previous years, they've had bonuses for fitting in a smaller area, as a smaller section of that area too.
Right.
That's me. All right. Rule number 6, direct wording. All right. So the robot game text means exactly and only what it says. If something isn't mentioned, it doesn't matter. If the word isn't given a game definition, use its common conversational meaning. Right? Encourage the kids to look for loopholes, but it has to, if the robot text says that something has to be a certain way, then it has to be a certain way. If the robot text doesn't say that it has to be a certain way, it can be any way. Like one year we had Animal Allies. There was a shark in like a box, and it said that the shark had to be in the circle. It didn't say which way up the shark had to be in that circle. So you could get the box, which was supposed to be like a tank, and put it in upside down if you wanted, and still score the points because it wasn't said in the text. But other times there's been text that says that the particular mission model has to be in a particular way inside the circle or on something, and therefore it does matter.
Can I?
So, yeah, go.
Sorry, guys. Can I just add in here to check with the local head judge or head ref's decision on that, because that exact example of taking the shark out of the tank and tipping the tank upside down worked for Team Apollo while they were here in Australia. And when we went overseas, the international head ref said, no, you can't take sharks out of tanks. They won't survive. And we said, we're from Australia. We do it all the time. But no, it didn't cut it. And they said, no, that wouldn't work. So between a practice round and the actual round, the team had to rethink how they were going to achieve that mission that they had previously scored on back home in Australia. So always check with your local head ref on what their decisions are on those direct wording rulings.
Also, again, I'll say read the rules. Do not rely on the release video. The text in the rule book is what it is. The videos may not be 100% because they do possibly change things slightly between when the video was recorded and the actual final version of the rules is released, as well as updates and things like that.
So if you have a team full of lawyers that like to argue, set them loose. Look for the loopholes. Right. So now this part is again based on 2020. I don't expect it to change too much, but this is what it looks like when you come to the robot table to play a game. 1, you get to the table, you set up for inspection. Inspection is when all your equipment is in one of those starting zones and under the height limit. So the height limit's about 30.5 centimeters if we convert to metric. So you arrive at the table, you put all that together, you let the judge inspect it. When that's done, you can then arrange everything you want in home or launch in that boot shape, and then you can calibrate your robot if that's what you want to do. Now, before we do the launch, the robot and everything it's using must be completely in the launch area and not being touched. All right, now that's important. At some point then, they're going to go 3, 2, 1, Lego, and that's when you launch your robot for the first time. After the robot is started, if you interrupt your robot, which is the word they use to mean you touch it and it's not in home or launch, you get a points penalty. At the end of the game, the robot is stopped by you or the referee. You can stop it before the timer runs out if you wish and say, that's it, we're done. And that's it after that. Then the technicians, that's the robot operators, sign off on the final score. Now, it's very important to note, the ref will go around, tick off everything on their checklist and say, right, this is what I think you've got right. They will show it to the kids. The kids will look at it And they have the freedom to disagree, as long as they do it respectfully. If they disagree, they can talk to the ref about it, who might call over the head ref, stuff like that. At no point can you as an adult be anywhere near that conversation. So walk right away. It's up to the kids to make their call and make their case. As Angie said about that shark incident, sometimes they may be right, but the ref won't agree with them. You talk to the head ref and they'll usually figure something out. Once they sign off on that final score, though, there is nothing else that can be done. That's it. It's done. Now, there's no video replays allowed. There's no photos allowed. There's just the kids talking to the referee. Now, the FLL refs are awesome. They want to give kids points. They want to find a way to do that. So if the kids are respectful and professional and understand the rules, most importantly, that will be a very good result for them. There is one exception to the rule change. If you think the score posted on the scoreboard is wrong, it's not a representation of what the judge signed off on, you can politely go over to the scorekeeper or the head ref or somebody and say, hey, I think a mistake was made in that data entry, and they'll check it for you. That is perfectly all right. But again, you as an adult can go to support the kid, but it should not be you talking to the people unless they ask you to. It's the kids and the volunteers.
Question time.
Yes.
Sarah, do we have any questions?
We do, and just a reminder to keep those questions coming. We love them over here. So the first one is, can you bring your kit to practice in your waiting area?
I think we need to define kit here.
Yeah, can you define kit? Are you talking like your field kit?
So
I think they mean the field kit, yeah.
So in Australia, that is a heck no.
You cannot bring your field kit that you've been using at home to it. You may need to bring loose items. We've had to do that in previous years because the tournament will not be providing those parts with the practice tables or whatever because they disappear. So you may have to bring your loose parts if you're going to practice, use them on the practice table for whatever reason, but you do not bring your mat or field kit set up at all.
There will be practice tables at a tournament and you sign up for them to get time. Remember, practice table etiquette is a thing. There are usually rules on how many slots you can book at once and all the rest of it. Do not try and book out every slot as your team frantically tries to get things work. Nothing will make you more unpopular. Everyone is in the same boat. We approach that slightly differently in Bucephalus. Our record is 5 teams practicing on a single table at the same time. So we get a slot, we look for people that are desperate, we say, come join us. And we've been able to pull that off. It looks spectacular, actually, but yeah, keep that one in mind.
You can bring spare parts. And in fact, it would be good to bring spare parts because you never know when that motor is going to stop working or the sensors, the cable's going to suddenly stop working or you suddenly break a peg somehow.
Okay, Sarah?
Yeah, I would just add to that, you know, a lot of our events here in Australia, we don't always have enough. And so we try to get as many teams in as possible. And that means that there just really isn't room for teams to have their kits around due to fire code regulations. So that's why we have that rule here in Australia. We've just had another question come in here on Slack. It says, we need to assemble a robot and then bring there. If so, what type of robot do we need to build?
We're going to address that one in the next few slides, how to build a robot and what type of robot to build. I will say transporting the robot can sometimes be a challenge. Travel damage is a thing. So plastic tubs from Bunnings or Officeworks can be good. There's also like off-brand Pelican style cases you can transport them in at Bunnings. We rely on those most extensively. Typically you want them all assembled and you want to bring them built. You don't want to have to do any building on the day unless it's absolute emergency.
You've had from August till your event in the end of October, November to work on and perfect the robot. and coming to the event is when the kids are getting to show off and show what they can do. Basically, they want it ready to go when they get there.
Anything else, Sarah?
Okay, we have one last question here. Can you have more than one robot? And if so, do they all have to be identical?
Okay, we covered this one at the beginning, so I'll cover it again. That's actually a very good point. You can bring as many robots to the event as you want, but only one robot can be present for each match. So some teams will build 3 different robots and they use a different robot for every match. That's fine, but you can't have more than one at the table. I don't necessarily recommend that as a way to do well, but it is a good way to give everybody a chance to do their thing. But I do think it puts you at a disadvantage, because me personally thinks it puts you at a disadvantage because you never get a chance for the technicians to get in their groove on the new table. Often the first run is a disaster because everyone's so nervous. They settle down for 2, and by number 3, they know what they're doing. So that is a thing, but I do appreciate the value in doing it the other ways.
All right, and that's the last question we have at this point in time, so we might continue on with the presentation.
Will do. Robot design and strategy.
Angie. Angie's taking this one.
Take it away, Angie.
Okay, so different teams have different ways that they approach this, and this slide here that we've got is, this is how Project Persepolis approach it, and this is how Team Apollo approach it. Similar ideas, but slightly different. So in Project B, they have their whole team, and then they have team members who are responsible for looking at strategy, team members who are responsible for looking for paths for the robot to actually work on. They're core robot people, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Project B, they are the people working on the actual building of the robot. And then they have the people who are responsible for the software, the actual coding part of it. In Team Apollo, we divide our team into 2 sub-teams. So we have an innovation sub-team and we have a robot sub-team. Within the robot sub-team, we have these 3 primary roles. So we have our robot analysis. So they are the person who is looking at what does the robot need to be able to complete the missions in the way that the strategist has come up with, and what are the ideas around, you know, what kinds of attachments is it going to need, the mechanical engineer is going to need to build, how is the mechanical engineer going to need to build it, in order for that person to then code it. So these 3 people work together the whole way through. They're constantly dependent, they're codependent on each other the whole way through. We also have a team coordinator who heads up both teams, the robot sub-team and the innovation sub-team. And so their principal role is to make sure that everybody's keeping on track. I mentioned before about our team developer timeline. And so making sure that the team is sticking to that timeline, that they're meeting the team goals. And if they're not meeting the team goals, that they're able to readjust those team goals and look at why that's happening. We also have a Jack on our team. That's not a person's name. It was brought in as an idea of our team evolves all the time. New team members come in, old team members leave for varying reasons. So Jack came in as the role of Jack of all trades, master of none. So this is often a new team member who comes in and is not quite sure what area of FLL they're most, inclined to go to. So the Jack will work on all areas. And then our innovation sub-team are here in this robot side of things, because even though their primary focus may be on the innovation side of things, because we have researchers in there, they may be researching ways to solve missions. They may be helping strategists come up with different ideas. They may be helping the mechanical engineer build bits and pieces. Also in our innovation sub-team is probably the most important role within our whole entire team. We have a team member called the motivator. and their job is to each week bring along some games to play, which is incorporating those core values. But even more importantly is the motivator's job is to stress the team. So when the robot sub-team want to pick up the robot and hurl it across the room because it's not behaving, the motivator will hopefully step in and come in with sort of a game or an activity or a mind break for them to do. So you can see slightly different ways, similar overlaps, but slightly different ways. And I guess there isn't a right or wrong way for teams to be put together. But you do want to, as the heading says, you do want to make sure that everybody is busy and everybody has something to do. So that and that they all know about it, even if they're not so inclined on the robot side of things, that they still know and understand what the robot's supposed to do. So moving on to basic principles.
So, you're right, Andrew?
Yep, and we're coming back on.
All right, so basic principles and common robot design warnings. So our idea here is to try and help your team not make silly mistakes, but to, I guess, these are things that you should be thinking about so that you don't turn up to a competition with a flat battery, for example. So make sure you design your robot for easy battery charging and code download. Particularly for a competition where you want Bluetooth turned off, you want to be able to use the cable to download your code if you have to make a code change at a competition. If it can come apart, it will, and at the worst possible time. So make sure that things are secure. If a part of your robot is constantly coming apart, it could be that the peg has worn down and you need to just replace that peg, or you might need to brace it a little bit more so that particularly when carrying the robot from your pit area to the robot table, if it starts pulling apart or coming apart, that's the worst time for it to happen. Shield your light or color sensors. In our first year, we were using NXT back then, so they weren't as good a sensor as we have now. But when we were in Denmark, they had these huge, bright stage lights that shone onto the tables, and our color sensor did not behave at all because the light coming from the stage lighting was interfering with our sensor. So we always tell teams to make sure your light sensor is not going to be picking up light from other sources, that it's only going to be reading the light that's coming back to it. With EV3 in particular, learn how to calibrate your light sensors. You might
and Spike 2.
Oh, Spike 2, yeah. You might have it set absolutely brilliant that at home the light levels read white at 100 and black at 5 or 10 or whatever %. You go to competition, but because of the light levels there or reflections or whatever, the black and white levels might be slightly different, so you have to tell your robot what's what there. If you are line following, make sure that your sensor is in front of the drive wheels, not in line with them. It's very hard to, if you imagine driving a car where you are looking down at the road as you go past, as opposed to what's coming ahead of you. It's a very big difference. So the same with your robot. The sensor needs time to tell the robot how to move. So if it's right where the wheels are, it's not going to work that well.
I will add that it is possible to line follow by not obeying that rule, but you're making life way more complicated for you than it needs to be.
Robots should be balanced over the drive wheels. If you've got a lot of weight at the front or the back of your robot could be tipping up and down. Every time you stop, it could have this big tip forward and back, and that could upset how your robot behaves on the table. Your axles, your driving axles. Try to give those extra support, not just going through the motor and connecting to the tire. Axles can be quite flexible and bendy. Run a beam in to give it a little bit of extra support to to be there, not attaching the beam to the motor, but running alongside it so the axle can turn, but it's still got extra support, does help. Your robots are going to be used continually over a long period of time. So you want your robot to be as strong as possible so that you reduce error.
Our rule is we will support each drive axle in at least 2 places that is not the motor. Otherwise, your drive axles look like bananas over a while.
Protect your gyro sensor from impacts and drift. This is particular for the EV3 style robots. Gyro sensor for EV3 is very much known for its drift. You want to make sure that your gyro sensor is not going to be hit or banged or knocked to set it off course by a tool that you've used that's come back and whacked the gyro sensor or something like that. So be aware where you're placing that one. And be prepared. Robot designs using angled controllers can be hard to work with. Oh yes, if you're trying to have it on a 45-degree angle so that, hey, we can see the screen so easily and press the buttons, it becomes really hard to actually design off that. Whereas a flat surface, a vertical or horizontal, is so much easier to work with. And read the rules and be aware of robot size restrictions, especially when it comes to launch and height. There's been a few years where they've had your robot cannot be higher than a certain amount, or in launch it has to fit in this area, but outside of launch it can get bigger and things like that. So make sure you're aware of what the size restriction is. It doesn't need to be as big as the launch area. You can have a small robot that can extend out most of the time, but yeah, go back, read the rules.
I've seen plenty of robots that just don't fit in launch, or the robot does, but when you add a tool to it, it doesn't fit. So yeah. Right. No, this is Angie. Take it away.
All right, so these are some maintenance tasks that you need to keep working with your robot throughout the season. So first one is testing your motors and axles before you use them. So even though you get 2 motors in a box, in a EV3 kit or a Spike Prime kit, and you've got them at the same time and you've used them the same amount of time, they wear differently. Don't ask us why, they just do. I can hypothesize that sometimes it's kids standing there fiddling with them, or give me a lot of different reasons, but testing them to see that they're working and continue to test them. And the same with the axles, as Andrew said before about, axles that end up shaped by bananas, and kids wonder why their robots all of a sudden not driving straight. Cleaning your tires. So EV3 sticky tape. The easiest way to clean your tires, but for the Spike Prime wheels, they're a smoother wheel, a baby wipe or an antiseptic wipe, something like that you can clean your wheels. And if your wheels get damaged, just like the wheels on your car, if they're bald, if they're damaged, replace them, change them, rather than kids having to change and adapt code, change the faulty part. Check and replace drive axles. I think Andrew covered that fairly well before. Check firmware and software updates. So these do happen, particularly if you're working with Spike Prime, because it is still relatively new, although it's slowed down. Throughout 2020, it was almost every week that there were new updates. And so you do need to update, but obviously don't update just before a competition, because sometimes it affects how your code works. And there's nothing more devastating than a robot team that have got this nice working robot and the technicians have practiced with it, and all of a sudden they have to change things. Anything that moves will wear down over time. So because you are continuously using it over and over and over and over and over in the practice, making sure that they're just checking parts, they're checking arms, they're checking any attachments and tools, changing pegs out, changing beams, making sure there's not that wear and tear. I've seen where teams have built an attachment and they've tried to put it so close that their wheel kept running on it, and so the beam a beam actually had some grooves taken out of it over time, and then just changed sort of how the actual piece actually worked. Check connections and cables. One of the biggest thing is when robots don't do what the program says, even though it says it's running the program, is loose cables that have broken, inside the wires, again, being bent or misused or strained in any way. So just checking those and changing those as frequently as you need to. And this last one is probably the most important maintenance task. Charge your robots. Get your teams into a habit of putting the robot on the charger after every session. If you've started a training session and you have a break, the robot goes on the charger. Robots behave differently depending on how much juice they've got in them. So really making sure that your robot is always working at its optimal level, optimal battery life, or battery level, really will make it behave more consistently than if it's sometimes working at 100% and sometimes working with 50% power. And next, strategies. Andrew, is it your turn?
I'm coming on. Okay, so we've just dealt with, as I said, the basic build, the basic maintenance. So now we're going to look at the basic on how you approach this. So if you just take these three slides and apply what you've got here, then you will do better than many teams we've seen, and you will avoid sad children. So number one, never, ever, ever rely on dead reckoning. That is where it's odometry, or where you just rely on my wheels have turned this many degrees or rotations, or shutter seconds. Do not trust it, ever. If you move on tires like that, you got to assume that you do not know where your robot is. Now, if you adopt that one piece of advice, your robot accuracy is going to increase a lot. The second part of that is never, ever expect a robot to drive in a straight line on its own. No two motors are the same. No two tires are the same. Every robot is going to have some type of veer left or right. If you assume that, again, you are going to greatly increase your accuracy because you're going to need to rely on something else. Sensor input is really good. So bear that one in mind, because the biggest cause of robots failing at a competition, or probably the most obvious and the most disheartening, is that your dead reckoning program no longer works because of stuff like variances in the table, battery level, the list goes on. Now, at the back of your robot, or no robot relies just on motor driven. Also, I'll say that, very few robots. In spikes, you have the little white marble ball and the blue piece. In EV3s, you've got the metal omni wheel, and you've got all kinds of things that go out the back. So basically, when you're designing your robot, you need to decide, are we doing caster wheels or slider wheels? Caster wheels are like shopping trolley wheels. They spin and move in every motion, but you can't rely on them to give you any kind of accurate movement in terms of a straight line. The omni balls are okay, but not great. Slider wheels are locked in wheels that can only roll backwards or forwards. They're not powered, but when you turn, they slide across the ground. They give you more accurate straight lines, but they make turning a little bit harder. So just be aware of what you're using as your non-powered contact with the mat. It will affect what you're able to do. This one, the wall is your fifth sensor. You got 4 sensor ports on an EV3. This is number 5. Every opportunity we get, we square up or run along a wall. The wall is always going to be there. The wall is your friend. The wall doesn't glitch out. The wall doesn't have a bad cable connection. Use it. It's very good. Now, when you're launching your robot, you want to do that from a solid, stable position that's easy to get right. If your kids are spending 20 seconds lining up the robot so it's just in the perfect position, that's not going to work. We always build our robot with a flat back so we can pull it up against the wall, put it down. It starts, again, using the wall as the sensor, starts in the same place or a similar place every time. And it takes the kids a second or two to put it down and hit go. So if you need to turn to a particular angle to get out of base properly, put it against the wall. The first thing you do is drive forward and then do the turn to get where you want to go. Now, when it comes to doing missions, choose quality over quantity. Get a mission that you can do over and over and over again, make it reliable, repeatable, and it works every time, rather than trying to do everything, but it only works once in a blue moon if you're all hopping on one leg and humming the battle hymn of the Republic and the wind is blowing from the southeast. It's very important. Do stuff that works. It will impress the judges because reliability is a thing in the robot design rubric. And it does mean you'll perform better. As much as this may make us cry, Lego is a toy. It's not high precision equipment. I'm really hanging out for the day they're going to give us laser rangefinders instead of ultrasonic and things like that. But by and large, don't expect millimeter precision from these things. I would really love it if we could do that, but it just can't happen. So build your robots and your strategies with error tolerance. If you have to arrive within 0.7 of a millimeter of the intended target for a mission to work, that's a bad design. You want to have enough error tolerance in there that you've got to be, if you're in close enough, it'll work. This one is about humans. Get your humans to practice running the robot a lot. If Luann will probably tell you a really funny story, or Sarah, it's funny now, about their first time when they went to run their robot before their competition and found, oh dear, we don't have enough time to run all this. Sarah may tell you how long they stayed up.
You know, the number of funny stories Sarah could tell in this area that are super embarrassing. We would just spend the rest of the time on embarrassing Sarah robot running.
So what we do, we make sure the week before the tournament, our operators come in, just them, for some practice time. And they often choreograph a little bit where they've got to stand and what they've got to do. So they are confident with what they've got to do. They're confident and they know what they're doing, and they're not overcome with nerves. It makes a huge, huge difference to them.
Can I just add something in there, Andrew? Team Apollo do the same. I think practice makes perfect. Team Apollo also use a call sheet. So a different team member will actually have a list of what needs to happen when, what attachments, that kind of thing. And they find that for the technicians who are at the table and in the heat of the moment, start to panic, maybe forget something, they've got someone who's got a cooler head about them with the list of what needs to happen, and that, you know, they use that through their practice runs as well. And one of the other team members is developing that call sheet along the way throughout that practice. So that also really works really nicely to make sure that there's not, some of that pressure is taken off.
Yep, I'll definitely second that one. Just make sure it's not the coach doing that. If you do that, you want the kids to do it. You will get a rap over the knuckles for interfering too much if the coach is calling instructions. And lastly, please back up your code in a separate, safe location. Make sure you got backups, and backups that you can get to on tournament day. And you don't lose your backups if you drop your laptop in a puddle.
The number of times we've had school teams turn up to a competition and they don't have their code because it's on the computer back at school,
or on the DET network that they don't have access to,
is very sad.
Yep. So make sure you got those backups.
They do also need to, if possible, bring their code to show the judges during their judging session when they're talking about their robot too.
Okay. So I do believe I've seen some questions come through. So that's basic principles. So Sarah, have we got stuff that's come in?
We definitely do. So our first question is, We have a lot of questions about the light sensor here. And our first one is about calibration. Does the EV3 have universal and global variables? I guess what I'm asking is, can I run a calibration program to get light values for white max and black min, have it calculate and save the midpoint, the threshold, and then value is saved in a variable that all the other programs in the bot can access? And they'll probably want to know this both for EV3 and Spike Prime.
I know in EV3, it's a global calibration. You calibrate it once, it applies to everything thereafter. Spike, I believe it's it's not quite the same because we've run calibrations with Spike and it's made a difference. But Angie be the expert on that one.
So you can run a calibration the same as what you do with the EV3, but each program seems to run slightly differently.
So in which case, shielding your sensor so it's getting a reasonably consistent result for itself would probably be the way to go.
And then our next question is, what are some ideas for shielding your light sensors?
Eddie. So I've just set Lyndall to go and grab one of our robots, and I will stop sharing the screen and I will hold it up so you can see what we're talking about.
But in general, Lego.
Yeah, I'll
just, that can build a wall.
I can comment a little bit here from back in the olden days when I was an FLL student. One of the things that we did was we actually ran a lot of experiments on this to figure out what was going to work best. So I think it's a great area for if you want to get a little bit of that science in. Have your students try stuff and see what works best.
So have a look.
Oh, wait, just before you do that, Andrew, I wanted to add one thing that Sarah said is if you do experiments along the way, make sure the students document them because those are amazing things to take into your judging sessions. So, okay, Andrew, go.
So this is a robot the kids built last year, I believe.
Yeah.
So you can see they've got a shell around the outside and those Lego pieces are blocking light from getting to the sensors. So it can be just as simple as that. Any other questions in there, Sarah?
That's all we have at the moment.
Okay, well, I will just reshare the screen. Right. And now we are dealing with robot planning. So I will say to everyone that's still watching this stream, if you take those basic principles we just gave you and run with that, you should have a reasonable season, particularly if you think hard and apply them. But if you want to have a really good robot season, you really need to invest a lot of time in planning. And that's what we're going to go through now. So the first thing, so this is the process that we teach other teams, and it is the process that we do ourselves. This is what I teach the kids in Bucephalus and every team we mentor. And I think we're up somewhere over the 200 mark, I think, by now, aren't we? Yeah. So step one, take a look at the game board and answer these questions. Do you want a narrow or wide shape? Do you want long or short? Do you want tall or low? Now, looking at what we have on the field this year, there are a couple of tight places. I can see up in the corner here and in here and down in here. So I probably don't want, or probably my kids would look at that and go, I probably want as small a robot as I can get away with. But there's nothing that it looks like we have to go under. Well, I'm guessing. So height may not be such a big deal.
Last year height was a deal.
Last year, getting under the pull-up bar, height was a very big deal.
And width.
Yeah. So that's question one. Basic parameters of your robot size. Question two. Again, look at the board and look for ways you can navigate. My favorite are there walls to use. The walls are your friend. Are there lines to follow? Are there objects to square up on? I will point out there that running in, if I have a flat-backed robot and I reverse into a wall, I will automatically square up and I will know exactly what orientation I'm in. That is a very useful thing to do. Which sensors are most useful? So I have seen most robots using light or color sensors to navigate. That's what those lines are for. Touch sensors are pretty popular. Gyros are good if you know how to use them, but they are probably the most intimidating sensor. We used an ultrasonic sensor or a distance sensor our very first year of competition, and in the following 11 years, we have not ever used it again. That should probably tell you something. I will say though, if you can find a reason and a way to effectively use a distance or ultrasonic sensor, the design judges are going to love you, and you're going to want to make sure your kids tell them all about it, how they managed to use it effectively, because it is going to be really cool to see that. As a robot judge, I would give exceptional to anyone that was able to use that. So at this point, we've done two things. We have identified what the shape of our robot is, generally speaking, and we've looked at what sensors am I going to use? What would be useful? Step 3, highways. This is transportation time after all. So highways are reliable paths the robot can follow. If you look at the board, often highways come already marked. Right? These are things the designers have set up for you. Other times they're not always so obvious. Landmarks are important and you want to look for those paths. So a highway is something you want to reuse. So hypothetically, if I look at this year's field, this path through here obviously is designed as this is a way to get through the field. Is that something I can use for multiple missions or not? Maybe. There are probably going to be others. So the highways are the next step in knowing where you're going and what you want to do. So once you've got the shape, the sensors and the highways, then you get to navigation points. Now you'll notice I have not actually built anything at this point. I am thinking purely theoretical, and I'm planning my way through it. And there's a very, very good reason for this. So when I'm plotting a navigation point, I rate it as strong, medium, or weak. A strong point is where I know exactly where my robot is. 2 or more sensors agree. Medium, only 1 sensor. Or I've done a dead reckoning move after strong. Weak, I don't know where I am. Now, rotations don't count as sensors unless another sensor is involved, and walls count as a sensor lock. So if I'm going to use an example of what a strong point is, let's say, for example, I have 2 color sensors on my robot. Here's my robot shape, and I have 2 color sensors like that. If I'm going to line follow along this line, that sensor there is going to see that, but the other sensor is going to see that. So one sensor is line following, the other one is looking at for that second point. When I hit that line, I know exactly where I am. That's a strong point. If I'm running along the wall, maybe I've got a sensor out here and a sensor out there. I run along the wall until the sensor hits that black line. I'm touching the wall. I've got a sensor on. I know exactly where I am. Those strong points are the key to doing well. If you know where your robot is, you can do stuff pretty reliably. So this is how we emphasize it. Use code to make sure you know where your robot is. Now you could conceivably do this mechanically as well, drive along until I hit something, but that's a bit more hit or miss in my mind, but I can quite easily be proven wrong. Step 5. We still haven't built anything. This is Angie. Go for it.
Yeah. So step 5, as Andrew said, we still haven't built our robot, but before we build our robot, we need to know what it is we actually need our robot to be able to do. So ProjectB and Team Follow approach this in similar ways. But basically, we want to look at every single mission model, whether one team member looks at each individual model or you pair them up and they look at each model, but you basically want to answer some questions around that mission model. For example, how does the actual mission model work? What do you need to do? Every year, while the mission models change, the principles are the same scientific physics principle. Their push, their pull, their lift, their twist, they are the same. So what is the mechanism? How does this actual mission model actually work? How can I actually reach this mission model? You know, is it tucked away in a corner so you can only get there one way, or can I actually approach it from multiple different ways? Are there missions that are grouped together that can actually be worked together? Do I need a passive or a motorized attachment to activate this? It's amazing sometimes what actually can be done. We think we need a motor, and it's amazing what actually can be done without a motor. And I guess that last one is, what's the best way to reach the mission? So you might be able to reach it in a certain way, but depending on how you decide to activate that mission model may change how your approach to it. And keeping in mind that there is the obvious way to complete a mission, and then there is the alternate ways to complete a mission. So if I'm thinking about 2020's replay mission models, for example, you had the weightlift machine where the idea was that the robot pulled down one side of the mission model to lift up the other side. There was nothing in the rules that said you actually couldn't lift the other side. If you had a mechanism that lifted better than you had one that could pull down, then that would be okay. So just depending on that. In my team, after they have, after each mission has been analysed and all those ideas are written down, we do some pseudocoding, so some mock sort of idea of how to actually step through to get to that particular mission model. And then we start comparing, and this information is where our strategist, and I think this is the same for ProjectB, starts to put things together. So, for example, you start to look at mission models that utilise the same activation. Does the robot have to do the same thing? That might help you with being able to say, well, we're going to build an attachment that can complete this mission, and this mission, because they all use the same movement. They all need the same activation process. Now, one of the things there is quite often those mission models are not clustered together in space on the board, but that doesn't mean you can't do them at the same time. Once you've got all this information, this will let you know what do you actually need on your robot. So there's obviously the basic drive base, the wheels and the motors that make it move, the sensors to tell it where it is on the board. But what else does the actual robot actually need on it? There are some fantastic fandangled looking things, but maybe your robot doesn't need those things. Maybe those things aren't going to work for you. So answering these questions, because remember, the whole point of building the robot is so you can complete missions. So making sure you know what you actually need to complete the missions. And planning robot runs.
Yep. So once we've got this, was what Angie was saying, sketch your robot's path. Pseudocode is particularly important. And what we add to that is after each movement, your robot is going to be in a strong, medium, or weak location. You want to plan your movements to avoid weak positions, and you want to be strong everywhere you can, and you want to do missions from strong locations. So this is from World Class. Here's an example of how you plan it. So our robot was going to run along the wall. It was going to do the first model just by going past. It would identify by the red line where it was for the next one, and it would hit something for the third. So at every stage of that trip, We knew exactly where we were, and our accuracy was something like 95%. Still, some things go wrong. Again, Lego, it's not a high precision instrument. Expect things to go wrong. But we did a sketch like this. This is what ended up in our robot design log. But something like this, where we spec out exactly what it has to do, where it has to go, and then we've even got some optional and priorities for things that we want to do later on if we get the opportunity. So yeah, nothing's been built yet, but we now know what our robot needs to do, where it needs to go, and what it's going to look like.
And if a child's away, the whole team has this documented so they know what's supposed to be happening as well.
Yes. And that brings us to the final step. We're still not putting anything together yet, by the way.
Yes. So robot layout. So before we actually start connecting anything together, you want to play with the arrangement. So you want to get your hub or your brick and your sensors and your motors and play with them. Look at where are they going to sit? How are they going to sit? Find a pattern you're happy with, but don't join anything yet. Still not there yet, but we're getting the idea. We're playing, we're thinking about it. Take photos of the different ways so that you can come back, particularly if you've only got an hour or so for your meeting. You might not have it able to leave it. So take photos so that they can come back to it.
So you see there, we've got two examples of how that works. Motors in relation to the brick and sensors. Yeah. So the point of all this, you need, sorry.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah. You need to know what your robot needs to do before you put anything together. It is a very common mistake to build your drive system and brick and then just try and cram sensors and motors on in available space. It is much, much better to plan the entire approach so you build your robot as an entire unit from the beginning. And I tell you that that is probably the best thing you can do to have a robot that works. Integrate sensors and motors from the beginning. Don't forget about the non-powered wheels. And this is one of the keys to us doing well. Test the robot in simple tasks. Drive forward a rotation, bring it back, do it again. Does it end up in the same spot? Turn a couple of degrees. Does it end up in the same spot or not? If it doesn't do that, you know you've got something wrong. Does your robot tip over? It's a bad idea. And this is something that Angie mentioned that I have seen done before. There are technically no limit on sensors, just a limit on the number you can run at any one time. So if you are desperate and there's this really cool idea you want to try out, you can include more sensors on your robot than you can use. You just got to swap the cables around. Not exactly something I'd always recommend, but I've seen a couple of teams, particularly ones from Japan, that will hot swap out 4 sensors at once. They built an entire mechanism on pulling all 4 cables out at once and putting 4 new ones in. It was scary. So that then brings us to the last bit, some practical examples of how you can put these in. And then I believe we're done with this session. We're going to be about 20 minutes late. So I think that's not too bad, all things considered. So sensor configuration examples. Use sensors. It gives you better navigation, better results, and much, much happier children. The number one reason we have for people not using these is they don't know how to use them. Well, that's what the help desk is for. That's what other teams are for. Say, teach me, please. And teams will be delighted to make that happen.
There, use the sensors. Don't just have the sensors on your robots. I have judged a number of teams where they have sensors on their robot, but they don't actually use them, and they put them there because they were told that having sensors is a good idea. So use the sensors. Don't just have sensors on your robot.
I should probably underline use, shouldn't I? Yes. Okay. So if you are building your first FLL robot and you don't know what to do, then I'm going to suggest this to you as the easiest, simplest way to make things work. Include a touch sensor and a light sensor or a color sensor. Right? You can run into stuff and you can see stuff on the floor. That opens up a huge bunch of possibilities into what you can do and how you can go. Now, you may look at that and go, hang on, touch sensors behind it. Well, this is how that works. You can build the touch sensor into the guts of your robot and then just extend it out. So you've got a bumper bar that straddles the light sensor.
Just make sure that everything can move to actually press it in. It's not
because one thing, if your team is attempting to build the touch sensor at this side of the robot, your robot suddenly gets a lot longer and a lot harder to maneuver. So that's like the easy, if you want to build in challenge, work on that. If you're having trouble, put it up on the help desk and I'm sure we or somebody else will be able to help you out. So if you don't want to try for something different, this is what we call the reversible configuration. I don't think it works as well with Spike Prime because we've got fewer ports, but the idea is your robot now does not care which way is front and which way is back. It can navigate equally well in either direction. This is another very popular configuration. 2 light sensors with a touch sensor in the middle. Now this works for, like I showed you with those strong points, finding intersections. It means you can follow a line with 2 sensors at once, or you could follow singly off either sensor. So it opens up a lot of possibilities. You can also use it to square up on a line if you're able to identify that code. Or you can go for a wide configuration, which really, it means you can't dual line follow, but it does mean you've got a massive range of where you follow a line. If I am following a line, oops, if I'm following a line off this sensor, that means all this area out here, there's nothing. So if there's an object there, I can pass right by it without an issue. Or I can follow off this sensor. And wide ones make it really good for, again, for squaring up on lines. So that's only 3 sensors. That works, that approach works particularly well for Spike. And this is what we use in competition with EV3s, which you can duplicate with Spike fairly easily. There's what, 6 ports on the Spikes, is there, Angie?
Yes.
Yep. So you got 3 ports for sensors, 3 ports for motors. So 2 for drive, 1 for a tool. That's a basic. That's a basic robot, and the gyro is built in.
In Spike.
In Spike. So those are what we call our basic configurations. There are going to be others. I've seen teams compete with 4 light sensors at the front of the robot. That's the only sensor they used. Again, teams from Japan can do some really weird things. But yeah, that's basically what we're looking at as a suggestion for you. Start with that an idea and see what you can achieve with it. And don't forget, take it away, Angie.
So yeah, just to finish this off, you can see we spent a lot of time talking about designing your robot before you actually even start coding your robot. So we want to remind the kids that this same process, for those who are here for the innovation project presentation, that the robot actually goes through the same idea. We have to define the problem now for this. The problem for all teams is pretty much going to be the same. How can I build the most efficient, reliable robot that will score as many points as possible in the 2.5 minutes? They have to do their research, and a lot of what we've talked about is that research, collecting that information, looking at how other people have done it, looking at examples, collecting that idea, and then brainstorming, making plans, putting it together, building it, and then testing it and seeing if it actually works. Your feedback you're going to get from your robot works or your robot doesn't work. The other thing you can do is, in terms of feedback, is talk to other teams, share how you're doing things. They might be able to give you a really great insight to, you know, a slightly different way that might just help improve your idea, or you might be able to mention something that helps another team in the same way. And of course, that means you can continue improving it the whole way, but making sure, again, those kids are going through that process. And again, the rubrics for the robot section literally goes through these sections as you go through scoring through the judging session for that. And my favorite again, the core values. So Core values do really come into everything. Discovery is everything that they're doing around the robot. They're being innovative in the way that they create. We don't necessarily want to see robot designs that are straight out of the Lego education booklet. You know, they're great designs, but we want to see what the kids can design. The impact, the skills they learn, if nothing else, perseverance and resilience for when that robot just misbehaves. I think probably the most important thing that Andrew forgot to mention before is robots hate people. So, you know, building resilience along the way is great. Teamwork as they work together to solve the problems, inclusion, making sure everyone's a part of it, and building in fun. How do you build in fun to the robot besides just that? My team have ideas that you have to sing and dance and chant around the robot table. That's how they bring it in. They also threaten the robot with sledgehammers. We have a robot hammer right next to our table that is used to threaten the robot, provide the robot with lollies. Lots of different ways that they just bring in that element of fun into what they're actually doing. And that brings us to the end of our robot session. So I guess over to you, Sarah. Do we have any questions?
I don't think we do here, actually. I think we are questionless at this point in time. So we might give you a little bit of a break, and we're going to start our next session here around 1:35. So for those of you at home, need a little bit of a break. We're going to take about a 10-minute break now.
So while we're running, I think I'm going to put up a slideshow of the unofficial robot rules. So take a look at that and tell me what you think. So we'll see you all in 10 minutes.
I can only see you. Did you stop showing the other one? There they are. I can see part of the other screen. I'm seeing this.
And we are back. I'm just going to put the slides back up and we can continue. Okay, Angie, tell me when you're ready to roll.
Yeah, just waiting for you to give me control. Awesome. All right, so we are now up to our sneak peek into First Lego League's Discover and Explore. And I would just like to say, if you want to be inspired, if you want to have a whole bunch of wow factor, then start a First Lego League Discover or Explore team. These are the little people, but wow, they amaze you all the time. I think it was after my second season, Winona said, do you know we have a little kids section? And explained a little bit about what was then First Lego League Junior. And I thought, oh, sure, I can try that. I've got a couple of young kids. And I tell you what, I don't think there's been a year that my First Lego League Challenge team haven't wanted to jump ship and join the little people because they think what they're doing is amazing. So hopefully we can show you just how exciting and amazing it is over this next section. So going through, we're going to start off with First Lego League Discover. So these are our youngest section within the first family and the youngest section in the First Lego League. So basically what it is these do not involve robots, but it's about starting that STEM or STEAM learning journey for young kids. So these are kids in the ages between 4 and 6 years of age. And these guys are using Lego Duplo bricks. Now, what they will do is that they will develop an idea based on that year's theme, and using their Duplo bricks, they'll create an idea or a story that they can tell you about how it works. So just reading straight from the First Lego League information, First Lego League Discover is a playful introductory to the STEM program for children's ages 4 to 6 that ignites their natural curiosity and builds on habits of learning and hands-on activities in the classroom and at home. So it says that natural curiosity for little people. They will amaze you with what they'll build, but they still do incorporate the core values. So they're learning to work together. They are discovering all the time. They are thinking about issues that are real world issues at their level. The image you can see here is from the STEAM Park Lego kit, and that is, if you like to think of the equipment that you might need to purchase or that you might like to purchase to go along with it. So this actually has a whole heap of design structures that you can build that help teach that STEM program. So basically the nuts and bolts of it all are your team sizes. You can have between 2 and 4 team players and an adult coach. But obviously that adult coach could teach multiple groups at once, just depending on how brave you are as to teach that many little people. The ages are between 4 and 6 years of age. And again, that's if they're turning 4 in that season's year. And if they're 6 at the 1st of January, then they can be part of that team. What you'll need is you'll need that season's Discover build set. And we've got a sneak peek of that for you in a moment. You'll also need the Lego STEAM Park set. And you can use any other Lego branded pieces. So when they are building, they can use anything that's Lego. It doesn't just have to be Duplo, but they're using Duplo at this level just to keep it easy. Now, quite often I'll hear parents in the groups that I've run, they'll say, oh, my 6-year-old builds with regular Lego. They haven't built with Duplo since they were 2 or 3. One of the things I find is that in keeping this age group building with Lego, with Duplo Lego as opposed to standard brick Lego, is that it takes away some of that frustration over those fine motor skills difficulties. It's much easier for them to plan and build with slightly bigger pieces, and so they can get their ideas out there much quicker and easier. This does not actually have a competition as such. It is more an in-house expo that you might run. So if you have a few teams, a few small groups, they can build their models and they can show and share it with family and friends that might come along. Depending on where you are located, your local regional tournament may choose to have a Lego League Discover section set up, maybe next to the Lego League Explore, but that's not part of the first program itself. So it is just an in-house expo. As I said before, there isn't actually any robots or coding. It's more about learning the STEM processes and the STEM practices, teaching them about lift, pull, push, those kinds of things, and getting that idea started, getting those ideas and those experiment ideas. Like Sarah said earlier today, she said, her team, even though it was a first Lego League team, they spent a lot of time running experiments. This age group can run lots of experiments to solve different problems along the way, so that they can have a look. And it's also one of the great things is that actually comes with guided lessons, if you like. So there is a meeting guide, and they just actually guide you through helping the kids learn the processes along the way, and helping you if you have never ventured into this field at all. If STEM is not your main part, this guided booklet will help you guide your way through and help bring it at that sort of kids level. So basically how it works, the children will explore the theme of the season. So this here is the model from last year from the Playmaker space. They'll come up with ideas on how to solve a problem. They build their ideas out of Duplo Lego and the Steam Park, and then they can share what they've learned in an in-house celebration. So that's basically it. Really, it's letting kids learn in the way they know best, and that's through play, which is amazing. And if I throw to Luann now, she actually has a sneak peek for us of what this year's kit actually looks like. So this is the first Lego League Explore set. So it looks like we've got a track. Maybe if I hand over to you, Luann, and you can tell us what we have in your little kit there.
Hi. So this might have been the best part of my job for the last year, is getting to put this set together. So this is what it looks like. And these are the various bits that the kids are going to build and play with. There's a truck, which is pretty awesome. That was pretty fun to make. We have a little polar bear. We have a bunch of small people. It's Duplo. It's easily breakable, but easily fixable. I'm not exactly sure what this is, but it looks a little bit maybe like a bridge, maybe, not sure. There's a door, there's an umbrella, and then a bunch of other Duplo bricks. And it comes with instructions that are actually on cards, because these are a lot easier for the younger kids to deal with. And so these are actually the build instructions if you want to build the truck, and then on the back it sort of shows you the parts that you need. Which is really important for little people to be able to pick those out and know exactly what it's supposed to look like at the end. So there's a card for our truck, there's a card for our polar bear and our door and our umbrella and flag thing, and there's one for our bridge. And I couldn't quite figure out what this is. Someone thinks it's flippers, but I'm not sure. So I'm sure we will find out when the actual program comes out on August 17th, but yeah, I'm not sure what that is. Maybe it is. Maybe he's got a life vest on. Anyway, so this is what it looks like. There is also a map that comes with it, but it's not publicly available yet, so I can't show you that. But yeah, this is it. And even as a slightly older than 6-year-old, I had a great time playing with it and building. There you go.
I think one of the things I love for them too is, Luann, is that you can see, if for those who saw the first Lego League challenge board earlier, similar pieces. There's a truck. There was a truck in the other one. There's a door for delivery. There was a bridge. There are similar pieces. And the cards, as Luann said, they're really nice because the kids won't, it's manageable for them. But also you can teach a whole bunch of things around that. That's the design process. What we talked a lot before about planning to build robots. These are the pieces they need to build. Can they follow design processes through putting these pieces and constructing these bits? So lots of fun and lots of play. I can imagine Luann playing there. Welcome to come and play along with my 4 to 6 year olds anytime you like, Luann, because I think I spend most of the time, the hour and a half I usually spend with them is just a lot of playing and storytelling.
Yeah, and really that's what this program is all about. When I first heard about it, I thought to myself, 4-year-olds, really? And then I had the opportunity to go to one of the expos, and I saw these kids they were in kindergarten, so they were 5 years old. They spent probably 4 hours playing with this stuff in various different activities that were provided, and every single kid was engaged. It blew me away. So I'm a convert. I think it's pretty cool, and yeah, there it is.
Luann, I can see in the back there as well. Are they the 6 color bricks at the back of your set there?
So there are many bricks here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that there are at least 6 of each color. Let me just make sure here.
Yeah. So I remember being with you and you were showing me this kit and we were both like, what has that got to do with? And I ended up going on to the first website to find out how we were supposed to use this. And it was actually quite amazing to see these bricks being able to be used to teach like preliminary coding kind of concepts. So, basically the kids could act as a robot, if you like. And so if I touched a red brick, they had to clap their hands. If I touched the yellow brick, they might touch their toes. If there was an orange brick either side, it might be like a loop or a repeat. So we could teach a whole bunch of things just simply out of bricks. Then they built their own codes out of just straight up bricks. So again, no computers, no technology, just using Lego bricks for them to be able to build with and be creative with. So yeah, and as I said, being the Duplo, it's easier for them to manipulate.
There are 5 of these 6 brick sets.
Yeah,
that's exactly what it is. And if there are hundreds of activities you can do with these 6 bricks. And so if you're interested in that, and people use these all the way up to companies are buying these 6 Lego bricks. There are so many activities out there to do teamwork building activities with. If you Google 6 Lego bricks, I think you'll find more activities than you can imagine with what you can do with these things. So yeah, there you go.
Great. Thank you. So I'm going to hand over to Linda, who's going to tell us about the next cutest section within the first Lego League family.
All right. Yep. Explore. So this is another fun thing. This is like the next progression. So it's for teams of kids aged 6 to 10, and they're going to focus on the fundamentals of engineering, exploring real world problems, learning to design and code, and create unique solutions made of Lego bricks using the Lego We Do 2.0 platform. So just like Discover and Challenge, there is a team size. You can have 2 to 6 kids on a team with an adult coach, and the age range is for 6 to 10. So again, turning 6 that year and 10 on the 1st of January that year. You need to have your Lego Inspire mission model set, which Wen will give us a sneak peek at in a minute. You need your Lego We Do 2.0. And again, you can use any Lego branded pieces. So the We Do has got more of your traditional Lego pieces in there, as well as some Technic pieces, a few gears, axles, and obviously the Lego We Do is motorized, and there's a couple of sensors and things like that with it. Again, Explore is not a competition, but often there is a expo A lot of the FLL Challenge regionals will have an expo attached with them, or schools can run their own expos, things like that. So with we do 2.0, and with the Explore, the kids are learning simple block coding to make the make the Inspire model mission do something. They're still exploring the theme and designing models and things like that around this this mission model, but using the We Do 2.0. So again, they're using the design process thinking model. They're exploring the theme. They're doing some research, developing a solution, designing a model. Then using that model and other Lego bits and pieces, they're going to make a sort of like a scene or something to display their idea, their solution. And then during the expo, then they'll do up a show me poster, which will have things about them, about their team, about their code that they've done, about their solution, and maybe things that they've done throughout the season on that. And that helps them share with, they're not called judges. What are they called, Angie?
I think we're all judges.
I think they're called judges, but with the official people who come around and look at what they're doing, and with an Explore expo, each team will end up with an award of some sort, usually like a fun award for the kids, and they can get I guess like a report card, a rubric back, which gives them feedback on information of things that they might want to look at in the future. There is a engineering notebook of sorts that goes with the Explore, which has, you can do it in 8, 10 or 12 weeks. And it is really good to know what to do with the kids and what to get them thinking about each time. And I highly recommend going through that with your Explore kids and seeing how they go with that. And I think we're ready to see, go back, Andrew. We're ready to see the sneak peek of the Explore, Luann. Very exciting.
All right. So here is the next best part of my job. You will notice that this is no longer Duplo because it's for the slightly older crowd, but it has the same kinds of elements. So we have a truck. This one was really fun to build, and I think the most amazing part to me about it was, you know, being the child that I am, like it actually will dump stuff. If I had it on right, it worked yesterday. Anyway, it's an actual dump truck. You can like pull it up and it will dump stuff out. It's got a little back thing that comes off, and I've totally destroyed it, but that's okay. You can rebuild things easily in Lego, which is good. It comes with a bunch of little people, of varying. There's a bunch of them all over the place. Comes with a lot of Lego, because in this particular program, we are asking for the kids to, build a different scene, and there's enough Lego here, a variety of things. This is the other piece of it, and this is the piece that is going to have to be motorized this year. So my guess is this space right here is left open for the WeDo controller. But you can also operate it manually. And so you can see there's some gears here, which is kind of cool. It's got this little thing, and you see how that sort of works. It goes around. And if you put the WeDo motor on here, it would spin it over here, which is great. But what it does, I believe, is you put a piece of Lego in like that. And then when you spin it, you can either put it into the blue side, or you can make it go in the other direction. And if I'd have done that right and had it actually sitting on the table like I should, and I spin it this way, then it will sort it into the green side. So I think it'll be pretty fun for the kids, and it'll be just a little bit of coding, but at that age, that's exactly what you want. I think it's a fun activity. So the other thing that I really like about this one is, you know, little tiles that you get for First Lego League, comes with the little tiles. So there's a bunch of them here. I just picked a few of them out, which is great. The build instructions here are a little bit more sophisticated than the Discover ones, because
these kids are a little bit older. And so this comes in the box itself. So in First Lego League, you'll have to download all of those build instructions from the web. These instructions, as well as the cards for Discover, come in the box. But here, it's very, very simple instructions, similar to what you would find in the First Lego League challenge ones. But it is getting them on the path to prepare them to do First Lego League Challenge a few years later. So any questions or comments? All right, well, there's the sneak peek of the actual, they call it an Explore set. So back to Lyndall.
Go.
Actually, back to Angie. We're going to talk about core values.
So in case you've missed the joke of the day, core values is in my thing. So the same core values or in First Lego League Challenge also apply to First Lego League Discover and First Lego League Explore. So at their age appropriate level, they are discovering new things. Perhaps it's a theme that they've never thought about before. Perhaps it's, just ways of building. When we're looking at the Explore team, there's those gears, there's those engineering principles that they're starting to learn to understand. There's some basic coding, that's block coding, so a whole bunch of stuff that they're discovering. They're being innovative just in their build designs. It's, amazing what they can create out of pieces of Lego. I mean, I'm still stuck in the phase of, you give me Lego bricks, I just build a wall. They can create amazing stories and scenes out of being so creative and so innovative. But they're innovative in their ways that they think of to solve solutions. To give you an example, in the year that was it was the City Shapers year, so it was Build Town for First Lego League Discover. My guys had decided that they were going to have a community garden. And so they were going to, because they all liked the idea that they all could live together because they really enjoyed each other's company, but they would have their own houses and they would have this community garden where they would share. So they, in their model, they each built their own house. So they all got to sort of do their own thing. But they, the way they used the WeDo was, it was a special robot that if you put a red brick in front of it, it didn't let you in. And if you put a green brick in front of it, it did let you into the community garden. So it was like an access pass, if you like. And that was their idea, was that only people that help out in the garden could be part of the garden. So they can come up with creative ideas. Just the impact that learning, these guys are our future, I guess. So what they're learning now and how they can apply it. So that's obviously really important. They do work together at teamwork, particularly those Discover age group. 4 to 6 year olds are only just starting to learn to work together. So this is a great way to build that. And inclusion, learning to respect that. One of the things I love in the Discover and Explore section is they often, one of the minifigures will have an additional need of some sort. So there was a minifigure one year that was in a wheelchair. There are minifigures with glasses. There are minifigures with all sorts of different additional needs, which just helps those kids just to sort of understand that we can include those things. And of course, it's always just going to be fun. You big tub of Lego, sit down, amazing stories they will tell you as they build and play. So yeah, as I said, the core values are still there. They're just at their level. Same core values, same outcomes, but just at their level. And so that brings us to the end of, I clicked the wrong button. Thank you, controller. That brings us to the end of the sneak peek around Discover and Explore. So Sarah, have there been any questions in regards to Discover or Explore at all?
Yes, we do. So our first question is, if you have a student who's right on that gap, in that 7 years old, how would you pick which program to put them in?
So in my experience, if you can have them in both, have them in both. Look, there are differences in sort of, a 6-year-old that can be in Discover and a 6-year-old that can be in Explore. It really just depends on their where they are developmentally, because in any age bracket, they can be so different and diverse. For my own experience, I have a 6-year-old, and last year as a 5-year-old, he took part in Discover, but he also joined in with his older sisters in the Explore learning as well. Now, granted, he didn't quite understand as much as they did, but he certainly did still get some stuff out of it. So I know that doesn't really answer your question. I think it's just an individual, you have to assess the child themselves. And if it's the first sort of STEM learning they've done, then they're going to enjoy Discover. So that might be a great place to start, and then work their way up to the Explore.
Fantastic. Now, the STEAM Park set, we are getting some questions about what is in that set exactly for the Discover program.
Sorry, Sarah, could you repeat the question? I've got rain on a tin roof here.
Sorry. Yes, definitely. What do you get in the STEAM Park set? Like, what does that set include?
Okay, so everything you can see on the screen here in front of you, that is exactly what you'll get in it. So, and each of those can actually build 2 different things. So you can see, for example, the ramp here. So it's got the cars that race down, but you can actually design a different ramp. This is a cannon shooting tower. So it's supposed to be like a carnival space. So it has a bunch of rides, like boat rides and merry-go-rounds. Basically, it's teaching some basic building principles. So they've got the clown that rocks from side to side. Yeah, but as I said, everything you can see here, and everything has 2 builds. So there's like an easier model build and then a slightly more complex model build. All of them just teaching different, I guess, basic physics principles. And I think one of the ones that the kids often liked the most was, I guess, the replica here of the dizzy cups with the gears that actually interlock. So one spins one way while one spins the other. And it's just, as I said, basically teaching them some basic principles on how that works.
All right, and then we got another question here, but the answer is already in Slack, but I'll just repeat it here for anyone who's not in our Slack workspace. The question is, what is the cost for Discover? And Winona, lovely First Australia employee, says that FLL Discover and Challenge are both $75 per team or set this season, and you also need to pay shipping and GST.
Yeah.
So with that, I don't think we have any additional questions here, so we might move on to our next section.
Right. So we're now into the panel, the Q&A panel, but there was a couple of little things we needed to cover first in terms of resources. So for coaches out there in Australia, we have the Australian FLL Help Desk. It is a Google Q&A forum. Now there is a link to that off the First Australia website. I will just bring it up for you in a moment so we can see. Yeah. That is a really good spot to talk to other coaches, ask questions and get advice. It's also a pretty good way to come to grips with some of the clarity that people will need. So here is, well, I'm just looking at the site now. So you see we got questions and notifications. How do I, like, rules, requests, updates and clarifications, the dual lock issue from last year. This is a really good way to get clarification on how things work in Australia. So I strongly, strongly recommend that you check that out. You can sign up to it from you can get membership in it by clicking from the First Australia FLL site, and it will make a huge difference to you, because I've even had people send in questions that their kids are asking. Hey, can we do this? And you can then go in and get clarification. Now, if you are concerned that you don't want to give away some secret or something like that, that's fine. Contact us directly and we will pass it on and get confirmation from Jack or Fred or whoever is operating as the head ref this year. Now, while we're on that, we also then have the Jack's Judgments page. Now, this is very important that you get familiar with this because it will contain all the information you need to know about how rules are enforced within Australia. So I'm just going to bring that up so you can see it. So this is our website, and underneath it we have Jack's Judgments. And these are the updates for replay. We haven't technically finished all of replay yet, so they're going to stay up for a little bit. You can see people ask questions. Something as simple, something as says, one of the rules says the robot doesn't include things, but some of the missions say the robot has to do it. So it's something that a few teams had trouble with. If a mission says the robot has to do something, then it's the actual robot that has to do it. You can't send something else out to make it work. So clarifications, judgments, and everything is done there. So your team should be aware of where that is and how it works. And then I'll skip back to Zoom and share this again. Then we have the Facebook groups. So there is First Lego League Australia group. That's a good way to get in touch with First in Australia. There are other groups out there that you can access and get a lot of good information and support, but you've got to be careful with some of it because, as Angie already noted, the head ref in each country can make a different ruling to what happens here. And competitions are run differently in other countries. We follow the first rules, as Luann said early on. Not every country does that. So if you see a ruling on a page that's international or based in the US, most likely, you may be getting bad information. So just be very wary of that. Now, you'll also notice that I do not have a YouTube link on there for this is where you go to watch good robot runs. There's a very good reason for that. Nothing will demoralize your kids faster than watching some team of kids from Germany blowing through the entire field in 1 minute and 30 seconds and have a minute to do victory spins. Right? It is demoralizing. Don't do it. It is far better for the kids to look at their own ways of doing things than it is to try and copy what other teams have done. Now, we've had some of that problem in Australia. I only know about it from my perspective because I'm certain there are others, but we were one of the teams that started to use big frame style attachments on our robots. And it took 2 or 3 years for us to get that to the point where they actually worked. We went through a heck of a time trying to get them functional. And then we went to a tournament with them. Some teams saw it, and between the regional and the nationals, they started trying to copy what we had done, but without any understanding of how we got there. And as a result, their good robots turned into pretty much disasters because they didn't function on the tournament day. So I am more than happy personally to walk your team through anything that's causing them grief, but please stay off YouTube. You can look at previous years. Like if you want to see how did they shoot a ball in world class, go for it, but stay away from it because a lot of those videos you'll see are also like the Robot in 3 Days mob. There'll be kids, well, they won't be kids. There'll be adults or FRC kids putting stuff together and having fun with it, and they will not be 9-year-olds. So I think that covers anything. Lyndall, did you have anything you wanted to chuck in on resources?
No, that's it for resources.
Right.
Although there's one thing before we get to Q&A that we haven't discovered, and that's about paying it forward. And that is volunteering at other first events near you. We have all said that we're coaches. We are all have judged at various events, and the whole first program needs volunteers. They need people to step up and do stuff. By volunteering at an event, you sometimes see a different perspective from being the coach madly running around and getting your team where they have to be when they have to be there. And it's great. So if you're in an area where there's another regional close by that you can go and assist at, put your name down, volunteer. I tell you, it's a lot of fun being a volunteer. Sometimes a lot more fun than being a coach. And I said, we've all seen some amazing innovation projects and robots over the years that we've just gone, wow, kids are amazing. And that's one of the really fun parts about the first program, is being able to volunteer and go and do these other events. So if you get the chance, volunteer.
I also personally think being a judge or a referee makes you a better coach, because you then get to see what it's like behind the curtain and get a whole new appreciation for what these people go through just because they want to do good things for your kids. So definitely have a shot.
I would second everything that Lyndall and Andrew have just said. I know for my own team and myself, I came away with so many different perspectives when I first started judging, that it's not only helped me as a coach, but helped my team. But you forgot the biggest selling point, Lyndall. There's free food and a gorgeous T-shirt every year.
The T-shirts. How can we forget the T-shirts?
In designer colours.
And you get to wear funny hats.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I actually wanted to add something to what Andrew said. In that, if you go and you look at YouTube, you might be able to find a robot that your team can copy. But that's not the point of first. First is about the joy of watching kids discover something, think about it, come up with an idea, build it, and then see it work. And so I would say that those teams that do go out and look at a lot of YouTube videos, trying to have the most competitive robot that they can, they're actually robbing their students of the joy of what this program is about. And so I'm with Andrew. When I mentored, we never went and looked at other videos because I didn't want to take that away from my kids. I wanted them to have that excitement, that aha moment. So just wanted to add that as well.
Right, Sarah, have we got questions?
We have plenty of questions. So let me get it up because some people did send in their questions ahead of time. So some of these you might have answered throughout the day because these were pre-submitted, but let's get going on them. First question is, what are some of the best ways to build on students' basic robot design and programming skills? Are there some specific resources or processes you would recommend?
I would start with the process we went through today. Plan, think, and remember what you've done before. Yeah, that's probably the number one thing. If the kids are sitting down and thinking in advance of what they have to do and how we do it rather than reacting, you are going to get a lot more application of skills.
Yeah.
All right. Our next question is, how often do teams meet each week to be successful?
So I'll give you two examples and Angie can do hers. Bicephalus, as a homeschooling team, we meet from 9:30 to 2:30 once a week. We'll sometimes add a second or even a third day, depending on how things are going, but we're homeschoolers, so we have that freedom.
And that's usually closer to the competition.
That's massively overkill for most teams. Your average school team will meet probably 3 to 4 hours a week that I've seen. So in between those two extremes is find the sweet spot for your guys. So Angie, you want to add a perspective?
Our guys are probably pretty much the same. Again, another homeschool team. So sometimes we go beyond what the actual program requires, but it's because it's part of their schoolwork. But yeah, that sort of 3 to 4 hours, and maybe adding in an extra bit of time as we're getting closer to the competition when you're just wanting to fine tune that robot, or you need a bit more work on the presentation, that kind of thing. But for us, we do it in a consecutive chunk, and I think that has its pros and cons, because yes, we get a lot of work done in that big chunk of time, but it's once a week, as opposed to maybe meeting several times over a week where you've got an hour and you can maybe divide that time up a bit better. And you're regularly, even though you're only seeing each other for that hour, you are still regularly in contact and accountable. It's not, I've had team members leave here one week and say, yes, I'll get that task done. And they come back and it's a whole week later and they haven't done that task for whatever reason. And it just slows down the whole team's process. So I guess aiming for that 3 to 4 hours a week, and just however you can fit that in.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, that those are answers from, you know, 2 of the really premier teams here in Australia. I think that a lot of schools are doing this program in 1 to 2 hours a week. It doesn't mean that they're not going to gain anything from it. They definitely are. But to be in the more competitive range, you probably are looking at 3 to 4 hours. But there are many, many schools that are doing this for 1 to 2 hours a week.
I'll just tack in on that. I should have clarified the 3 to 4 hours. I've got some school teams that say 2 hours at school, and then that extra time is spent as homework or kids working from home. So not necessarily as a team meeting. It's entirely possible to do that time as distributed work from home. So you don't have to get that extra meeting happening.
Work from home, there's a phrase we've all become very familiar with over the past year. And we might get back to that here in a second. But first, we've had a question come in via Slack. They ask, is there a specific template prescribed engineering notebook that teams must complete?
There is an engineering notebook that is put out by FIRST, but it is not compulsory. Some teams love them. Some teams find that they've developed their own format. So there's not a compulsory one, but there is one if you want to use it as a guide.
I don't know what the rules are going to be this year, so don't read anything into this answer. That's what happened last year. Read the rules once they come out this year, because that may or may not change. I honestly don't know. But I'm going back to what you've said many, many times. Read the rules.
All right, first we have a comment coming in about the meeting times, and we have another question about volunteering this time. All right, so the comment is, we found that 1 weekend a month was not productive either. The first 3 to 4 hours was okay, but the kids were too tired for the rest of the day. This year they're going to meeting 4 hours weekly. So you do have to be cognizant, especially with the younger kids, that they do have a limited attention span. And now for our question. Do the volunteers have to be 18 years old? We have year 9 students who are participating in the Duke of Ed and mentor year 7 students as part of their service to the community. Can we organize for them to volunteer at regional events with parent permission?
That one's a little bit tricky. I believe that our volunteering age is 16 and older, because typically students under that age need to have more guidance and more supervision than what our volunteers can provide. They tend to be a net negative, as bad as that sounds. Volunteering is a huge responsibility, and we take it very, very seriously. So I think when they're 16, we'll consider it, but really no younger than 16.
All right, so going back to our work from home sort of questions here, you know, we don't know what the next few months hold in terms of COVID as things have gone in and out of lockdown. Do you have any advice for how to handle when your team can't meet, how to keep the students engaged?
I have something. Zoom has a feature that lets you remote control screens. So we've been using that with our robotics classes and a few FLL teams, where if you set up the Zoom link and a camera, and the kid that wants to do some programming is not physically in the room, they can still program the robot and have it act directly on that mat in the competition room. So Zoom is a really good way to make that happen. I don't know much about the screen sharing with Google or Teams, but I assume something similar would exist. Also distributing project work. You can do presentations and work on presentations, work on documents. Google Drive and things like that is fantastic.
I think also, if you take anything away from today, is that a good proportion of the outcome of this program, or how your team does, is the planning that you put in place. And so you don't need to be physically in the same room to do that planning. You can all look at a virtual image of the board to break down what those mission models look like. You can, through whether it be a Zoom meeting or a Google Drive or something like that, that you can share documents and keep things accounted for. I recently had the pleasure of judging a first year team who are located in Melbourne, and so have had the hardest lockdown across Australia. And they actually use Lego digital, help me out with the name here, Andrew. I'm sure you got to know it.
Lego Digital Designer.
Yes. And so they actually use that to design and build their robot, so that the one team member who actually had the Lego kit at their home could actually take all the ideas, and then he could go back and say, that bit doesn't work, that bit doesn't fit. And so all the kids could actually build through this digital platform. And it was just one person actually putting the Lego pieces together. So I thought that was pretty ingenious of a way to do it.
I will put out on that one that Bricklink Studio, or stud.io, is got a lot more recent support than LDD does. So if you're looking for a CAD style program for Lego, check out the Bricklink Studio app.
The other one I will throw in there is Onshape actually partnered, I don't know if they partnered or they worked with the Center for Engineering Education and Outreach at Tufts, and there's all the Spike Prime stuff now available in Onshape. So if you've got older kids and you want to get a little bit more in depth with the CAD, you can do that as well. All right, we might move on to another question. What seems to be the ideal size of teams?
We laugh. We all laugh. The way I look at it, if you have a small team, it's a lot easier to control and direct, but each kid has to do more work. If you have a large team, you can divide and conquer. Everybody's spread out, but marshalling them is like herding cats sometimes. So pros and cons.
I would also add in there, it's a little bit to do with the team dynamics as well. You can have a team of 10 that work together fantastically, but then you can also have a team of 10 where it's perhaps at points in the time there's just not enough for everybody to do, and so you can have issues, but then you can have the same issues with a team of 5 or 6. But I would agree with Andrew, the more there is, the less the load, but harder from maybe a coaching point of view to keep them all on task. When my team are ever asked by judges, what has your coach done for you? They usually reply something like, taught us how to tell the time to keep on task. So if you've got more kids, it's easier for them to stray from what they're supposed to be doing and not stay on task.
Yeah, the one thing I would add to what you both have said, because I agree wholeheartedly, is that it also depends a little bit on how much equipment that you have. If you're going to have a team of 10 kids, that's 20 hands that are going to want to be on the robot. And that's really, really a challenge if you have one robot kit. Now it's doable. You can absolutely do it. It's just going to be a lot more challenging as a mentor. Whereas if you have up to the 10 kids, if there's any way you can have a second robot kit that maybe you build an identical robot so that you only have 5 kids trying to compete for time on any given robot, that worked out better when we were coaching. I coached 1 year, we had 2 kids. I coached 1 year, we had 10 kids. I don't think either were ideal. For me, the sweet spot was about 7 or 8. But again, everything they said, it depends on the dynamic, but just keep that notion of if you only have 1 robot and you have 10 kids, it might be a little bit challenging.
I think that's some good advice. So think about your team size and off you'll go. All right, our next question is moving in a very different direction. What are the advantages and disadvantages of the Spike Prime versus EV3? And are EV3s going to be obsolete? So we might start with Luann on this one.
Sure. So you can use either Spike Prime or EV3s. You can use the NXTs or the RCXs if you want in First LEGO League. I don't believe there's any plans to ever make any of them illegal. So it's pretty much up to you. Now, I do believe that the EV3s are not going to be, they're going to be discontinued after some point in the next 6 months, probably before the end of the year. There might be an actual date out, and you, Angie or Andrew or Lyndall, you might know exactly what that date is. But in terms of using them in First LEGO League, it's all fine. I will let one of you talk more about the advantages and disadvantages of the actual platforms.
If you wanted the point in this whole seminar where 2 teams that do well will disagree, this is it, and this was the question. So my team had the opportunity to use Spike Prime last year, and they went into it thinking, oh, this is a kiddie kind of robot because of the colors and just what appeared to be lesser features. After using it for coming up to 12 months, they've agreed they won't go back. They won't go back to EV3. They feel like the coding advantages are better. They feel like the system is more responsive than an EV3. I guess really for me, I just have to base it off what my team have said. And, they love EV3 and they build with EV3, but for them, they won't turn around. They'll stick with Spike Prime from here on out.
So is that echo cleared up now or not? Okay. So the way we look at it, I'll admit technologically, Spike has some definitely superior features. The gyro sensor is something I wished EV3 had from the beginning. Yeah, so technology-wise, Spike is better. My guys have the thing where they do pretty complex programming, and at this point, they can't duplicate that in Spike. So that's why they're going to be sticking, unless they get some more practice in, they're going to be sticking with EV3 for a while yet, largely because they've got a lot of intricate code work that they want to improve on and get working, and they're not able to do that yet. Now, when parents ask me what's the difference between the platforms, I'll usually summarize by saying the age range of EV3 is like this. It's massively broad. Spike is narrower, but it is technically superior. So I would say it's 6 to 1 to half a dozen of the other. They've both got pros and cons, and pick with what your team is good at. If you're going to be buying new kits though, I would definitely say buy Spike. They're cheaper. And like Luann said, the support for EV3 is going to be, I wouldn't say drying up, but it's not going to be supported, but there's tons of material out there. If you want to look back at past examples, they were using NXT and RCX for years after the new version came out. So I fully expect to see EV3 in competitions for at least the next 3-4 years, and probably way longer than that.
Yeah, so there's another team in Australia. It's Control Alt Delete. Their mentor is Lauren Purcell. They did some pretty exhaustive testing of the 2 platforms against each other. And they did a presentation in the 24 Hours of STEM on it. I don't have the link. We'll have to find the link for it, but it's up on YouTube. And I think that would also be really great information if you're looking at the 2 platforms and how they compare to each other.
Yeah, I'll second that one.
Yeah, and I guess too, one of the things I'll also say is that when Team Apollo did decide to use the Spike Prime, it was a big steep learning curve because they are both robots and they both do similar things, but they had to learn how Spike did it. So where Andrew talks about his team having some complex code that they're using with EV3 that only works with EV3 at the moment, one of the things that Team Apollo actually liked about the Spike Prime was the ability to code in Python direct to the hub. You can code in Python on EV3, but there was a little bit more complex, whereas Team Apollo found that it was much easier to code in Python than it was on the EV3. So I guess it depends. Either one is great. Either one get the job done. They, as Andrew said, they both have pros and cons. It's just what you've got the finances to purchase or not, or use what you've got.
Our next question is, has a decision been made about rescheduling the competition if kits are delayed? Probably a question for Luann.
I'm sorry. Could you say it again?
Question was, has a decision been made about rescheduling the competition if the kits are delayed?
We won't be changing our competition dates. It would be totally we would not be able to handle a logistical change like that with all of the events that are around the country, and we need to be done before the end of the year. A few years back, we tried to extend the season into the following calendar year because we had some people who thought that would be a good idea. That was not a good idea. At our national tournament, we ended up with about 20 teams because everybody was already into the next school year. So we tried it once, and we know now that we need to finish the season by the beginning of December-ish. And the thing that you should also remember, the season has been delayed by 2 weeks approximately, but it was only a couple of years ago that the season didn't even start until the first or second week in September. So this is still more time than what people had a couple of years ago. So it's not what you've had the last couple of years, which has been great, but it is still doable.
And everyone will have the same amount of time. Like all teams will be in the same position.
What are some of the strategies people use to create well-rounded teams?
Planning, reading the rules, going through basically everything that we've gone through, making sure that you are putting in as much love to the innovation project as to the robot.
We also are big on, I guess, say commitment. So we actually have a team contract we give out to the kids each year that basically outlines exactly what they're getting themselves into. And that stops, well, we haven't had a kid drop out halfway through, I think.
Since we've been doing that.
Yeah. It's not like a binding thou shalt sign in blood thing. It's more an understanding between us and the family of what's involved. I know some schools have issues with well-rounded teams in that the kids aren't committed. Some schools will charge a levy. I mean, we do some work with the Scout FLL teams in Wollongong. The Scouts started charging them $40 to cover the season, and they haven't had any dropouts since they started doing that. So the other aspect, I guess, would be communicate and give them some buy-in into what's happening, and then work to the kids' strengths on that commitment.
For us, just exploring a different avenue of that concept of well-rounded team. For Team Apollo, it's around having team roles. So at the start of every season, the team explore the different roles again. Sometimes we've had kids who have stayed in the same role for a year or two. Other times we've had team members who have changed roles every year, just so that they can experience that. But in having a team role and having clear definitions about what that role is responsible for, it doesn't necessarily mean that they do all the work. So for example, we have a role that's called the lead researcher. They don't do all the research, but what they do is compile all the research and are the person who's making sure that everybody is, they're the one on top of it and making sure everyone's doing their share, doing their part. So I think having roles within our team with clear definitions of what they're supposed to be doing really works. And that means everyone knows what they're supposed to be doing, everyone knows what they're supposed to look after, and everyone can be kept busy. That's kind of important. So I think for us, that's what really works, but also, you know, and it also allows people to play to their strengths. I have had people on teams before who have no interest whatsoever in the robot, but are, you know, really fantastic at that innovation side of things. But they still learn about the robot, but they, you know, that's not their thing. So you get to be able to allow team members to play to their strengths. Having a team full of researchers and no one interested in coding, not going to work. And the flip side's the same. Having a team full of people that are interested in robots only is not going to help your team if you have no one who's going to work on innovation.
I'm just going to toss a point in there too. If you manage to get one of these children on your team that loves the project and that's what they want to do, treasure them, do everything you can to keep them around and encourage them, because they are worth their weight in gold.
All right, our next question, Andrew has volunteered to answer already on Slack, so I'm going to toss this one back to him. And the question is, wanted to ask about rules on actuators.
Right, so there are two parts I can think of that's being referred to there. The first is the Lego linear actuators, and the other is pneumatics. In both cases, those pieces are legal, provided that you provide the motor power to them and they're not like an electronic part. As long as they're made by Lego, they're not, and they're not ruled illegal in the game rules, they're fair call. I've seen a few kids using those linear actuators in competition. The downside is they're very slow, but they are strong. So as long as you know what you're using them for, they shouldn't be a huge problem. But again, check the rules just to make sure that A, they are actually a Lego part, because there are some knockoffs out there, and B, they haven't been forbidden in the rules this year.
Funny story on that one. When you're our team, a long time ago, so I feel like I can admit this now. We found out after the season was over, we accidentally had a mega block sneak its way onto the robot. We didn't know it at the time. It functioned as a Lego, but we felt terrible about it. Anyway, moving on to our next question. How do different groups structure time to support their teams?
So I've got two examples for you. We run a lot of after school classes and work with schools to run teams. So their structure is they'll have a 2-hour session once a week to work on robot. And then they will schedule another time for the 1 or 2 hours to meet in the school library or meet at the town library or meet at somebody's house to fill in the rest. So that's a fairly easy structure to arrange. If we done completely in school time, that extra time sometimes is picked up in free periods or lunch or whatever. I don't recommend trying to do the robot stuff during lunch, because once you got the field out and start the pack up and setup time usually mean the kids don't eat. So it doesn't work too well. In terms of what we do when we have a day available to us, we'll start by a discussion, what we want to achieve that day, who's doing what, report in on what was learned. We'll then divide up into groups. Some will go work on the robot, some will work on project, some will do like any special tasks we have, core values, props, things like that. We'll meet for lunch. We'll do some core values activities, like lateral thinking, group work, challenge activities. We'll do another talk on what we want to achieve for what's left of the day, maybe 5-10 minutes. We'll get back to work. Sometimes we'll swap over. Usually it's task-based. Some kids want to change. Some kids will spend 8 hours focused on one thing if we let them. And then right before we finish, we will sit down, usually show the parents what we did that day, give some encouraging words. This is what we need to do for next week, and away we go. The exception to that is if we have an excursion. If there's somewhere we want to go that doesn't meet, we'll try and schedule excursions for the day we're meeting. If we can't, it's a field trip on a different day.
And we are just about out of time here. So I've saved this question for last because I feel like it's a good wrap up question and we might go to each of you for it. And that is, what advice do you have for a first time coach?
Read the rules. Seriously, read the rules. You're going to understand what it's about if you know what it's about. You're going to be able to answer the kids' questions better if you are familiar with the rules yourself. And if it doesn't make sense, reach out and ask for help.
I would say don't get too hung up on the results. That's my sort of fatal flaw. I find myself caring a bit too much from time to time on how well the kids do, and I chastise myself for it. You have no idea what participation in this or the opportunities you give them are going to play out in their lives to come. And it's often going to mean a heck of a lot more than a piece of plastic they take home. So keep the perspective that what you're doing is more important than a mark on a bit of paper, a bit of plastic as a trophy, or getting a tick on their rubric. And if you can make sure the parents understand that as well, then you'll be doing an exceptional job as a coach.
My piece of advice, after seconding both what Andrew and Lyndall have said so far, is probably, what are you waiting for? I think that you won't be sorry. I remember when I first signed up with a team, I didn't know anything about robots whatsoever. I knew nothing about the program, but I had a daughter who was very interested, and I thought, okay, how hard can it be? I've learned a lot of things, and it's an amazing experience. But I think the most amazing thing is to just see how far those, the kids have grown and what they've learned and accomplished. That, like Andrew said, the things they learn in this program, the skills they learn, not the end result, not the actual competition day, but the journey they go on on the process is just amazing to see how far they can come. So, like I said, what are you waiting for? Give it a go. You've got nothing to lose and lots to gain.
Yeah, and from my perspective, I would say, remember that there's a whole first community, not only here in Australia, but around the world. And I sort of liken doing first to going to a wedding. When the community goes to a wedding, or when people go to a wedding, everyone pitches in to make sure that that bride and groom had the best day of their lives. Doesn't really matter, nothing else really matters, right? You do whatever it takes on the day. And that's sort of how I view first, is that the kids are sort of like the bride and the groom, right? And it is up to the community to support those kids to have the best day of their lives on the day of the event, as well as the days leading up to it. So relax. I would also say it doesn't matter if you win an award or not. Relax about your robot. I will tell you that I've got lots of stories about how well our robots did back in the day. But my favorite one probably comes from our very first event, where the night before, I will tell you, for some reason, we didn't realize that there were only 2.5 minutes to be had. And so the kids could do every single mission on the table. And then the night before, someone said, hey, we should time that. And we were at 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes, we could do it all. The kids were ecstatic. All of a sudden, the kids were not so ecstatic. Okay, so they went and they did okay. They ran 2 or 3 missions, because that's how long it took to run 2 or 3 missions. But that was the first round. Second round, we went to the table, and the wheels actually fell off of the robot. I have not seen it happen since, but the robot was going, and the next thing you know, the wheels are off, and nobody quite to this day knows what happened, but it was okay. All right. And then the third round, they figured out to put the wheels back on, and I think they ran another couple of missions. And you would have thought that the kids would have been heartbroken, because they had put so much time into making sure they could do every single mission. It didn't matter, right? They went back, and at that point we were living in the US, and they had done well enough that they progressed to the state championship. And they had, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and they totally redid everything to make it fit in 2.5 minutes. And they were really enthusiastic. So that what could have been viewed as a failure at that event really wasn't by them. And I think it all comes back to how the coach presents it. If our coaches, if we'd been like, oh, we stink, I can't believe this happened, and just been totally pessimistic, it would have been a very different result, rather than, yeah, you know what, we all learned something, didn't we? So that's what I would say is it doesn't matter how you do. The gold is in the journey, and just relax. And if you're having fun with it, they're going to have fun with it too.
I'll just toss an extra bit of advice. Ask for help. Help desk, Facebook, other teams. If you're having trouble, ask for help. Ask for help early, ask for help often, and it will come.
And I'd like to add another bit in there. If you've got nothing else from today, is the one golden thing which Luann's story exemplifies why we have to do this. Read the rules.
Yes, I was. Okay, we just also say that we learned, and the kids read the rules every year after that. They wouldn't even let the adults read the rules. So it worked out really well in the long run.
Been with us here since the beginning of today, and you walk away from this conference without remembering to read the rule book, you weren't paying attention, I think is our biggest takeaway. I just want to thank all of our presenters so much for giving of their time and talents today. We've been getting a ton of messages both on Slack and YouTube thanking them. So virtual round of applause here. And all the teams who've been watching, best of luck with this season, and we can't wait to see you at a competition, be it remote or in person. So good luck, teams.